April 5th, 2009, Houston, Texas. 70,000 people watching two men tell a story with their bodies on the line. Shawn Michaels climbing to the top rope. The Undertaker rising from the canvas, bloodied, exhausted, but still somehow inevitable. The match builds until you forget you're watching something predetermined. You forget the outcome was decided in a production meeting weeks ago. Because in this moment, it's real. Shawn hits a moonsault from the top rope to the outside, a move no 43-year-old body should be able to execute, and both men collapse on the floor. The referee counts. The crowd counts. And for just a second, you believe someone might actually not make it back into the ring. They do. Of course they do. And the match continues for another 15 minutes of near falls and reversals, and moments where the impossible almost happens. When it finally ends, the entire arena erupts, not in triumph, but in relief. Analysts would later call it the greatest wrestling match of all time. They might be right. But when I watch that match now, something else cuts through the spectacle. Shawn Michaels retired a year later. His body gave out.
Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels has left the building.
The Undertaker kept going for another decade, grinding down what remained of his hips, his knees, his spine, until walking without assistance became a challenge. That perfect match gave millions a memory that will last a lifetime. For the men who created it, the cost followed them forever. And I can't shake the question it leaves behind. Was it worth it? I've been thinking about that question for months now, because I love wrestling. But the more I learn about what happens behind the curtain, the more uncomfortable that love becomes. Professional wrestling has a dark side most fans never see. A 2014 study found that wrestlers die at nearly 3 times the rate of other men their age. Cardiovascular deaths 15 times more. Drug overdoses 122 times higher. Those numbers aren't statics. They're human lives. Every moment of beauty in wrestling is paid for with someone's body. Every perfect match carries a bill that comes due later.
A lot of health problems with my nerves and stuff like that, just all the way back from 97 from the pile driver, C3-4 fuse back in 2000.
The machine grinds them down slowly, and by the time they realize what's been taken, it's already too late. But once in a while, the machine doesn't wear someone down. It breaks. And when it does, the show can't continue. May 23rd, 1999. Kemper Arena, Kansas City, Missouri. Owen Hart was supposed to make a comedy entrance as the Blue Blazer, a parody superhero character lowered from the arena ceiling, 78 feet above the ring. Someone decided to use a quick release mechanism designed for yacht rigging. The device required 6 pounds of pressure to trigger. A police handgun trigger requires 8 pounds for reference. Owen weighed 230 pounds. During his ascent, the mechanism released. Owen fell 78 feet into the ring. The impact ruptured his aorta. Jim Ross on the commentary had to tell the audience,
"Tragedy befell the World Wrestling Federation and all of us. Owen Hart was set to make an entrance from the ceiling, and he fell from the ceiling. I have the unfortunate responsibility to let everyone know that Owen Hart has died."
That night, Owen Hart took his last breath. He was only 34 years old. And after they took him out of the arena, the show continued. They kept wrestling. Undertaker and Steve Austin would get the most unenviable task of putting on a match with the knowledge that their friend and co-worker died in the same ring. The investigation revealed inadequate rigging, no professional stunt coordinator, a setup that never should have been approved. Martha has spent 25 years refusing to let WWE profit from Owen's memory.
Would never allow for Owen to be recognized by a company that actually is responsible for his death.
Owen's widow Martha won an $18 million settlement. But the point wasn't the money. The point was forcing the company to admit her husband's death was preventable negligence. Owen Hart's death changed safety protocols. WWE hired professional stunt coordinators. They stopped using makeshift rigging, but it didn't bring Owen back. And it also didn't change the fundamental logic of the industry. Because most wrestlers don't die from equipment failures. They die from the slow accumulation of damage that the industry treats as routine. But before we move on, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel so we can keep bringing you stories like this. Hotel rooms with doors that lock from the inside, curtains sealed tight against the day, televisions left on low, flickering reruns into empty space. These rooms don't carry history, but they do erase it. Every city collapses into the same silence once the adrenaline finally lets go. On October 4th, 1997, Brian Pillman called his wife from Minnesota. He told her he'd see her tomorrow. He had a match scheduled at the pay-per-view the next night. The next morning, his friend found him unresponsive. He was 35 years old. The autopsy listed arteriosclerotic heart disease, a genetic condition that had also killed his father. But they also found bottles of painkillers, muscle relaxers, traces of... Brian Pillman wasn't a drug addict. He was a professional wrestler with a catastrophically injured ankle that required multiple surgeries and left him in constant pain. Professional wrestlers were classified as independent contractors, not employees, which means no health insurance, no paid medical leave, no workers' compensation. If you're injured, you don't work. If you don't work, you don't get paid. So you find a way to work through it. You do whatever it takes to keep moving. Brian Pillman's father lived with that heart disease for decades. Brian got only 35 years, because the machine required him to work through injuries that should have ended his career. The day after Brian died, Vince McMahon put his widow on live television. Less than 24 hours after finding her husband dead, Vince McMahon interviewed her on Monday Night Raw for ratings.
Have you had any opportunity to think about what you now as a single parent will do to support your 5 children?
Vince, I don't even really know what day it is. I don't know what I'm going to do.
The Wrestling Observer newsletter called it the most disgusting promotional tactic. And they were right. But here's what makes this worse. When a wrestler works through obvious injury, the audience sees genuine toughness. That authenticity generates emotional investment, which creates more pressure to keep performing while injured. The cycle continues until the body fails in a way that can't be managed or concealed. Eddie Guerrero's relationship with substances started when he was 10 years old. By the time he reached professional wrestling, dependency wasn't something he developed. It was something he carried. In 2002, it all came crashing down. His wife Vicky found him so impaired he couldn't stand. WWE fired him. Vicky left him. He lost access to his children, but Eddie made a choice. He got serious about recovery. He did the brutal, unglamorous work of rebuilding himself. He reconciled with Vicky. He reconnected with his faith. And then he came back to WWE and did something I've never seen another wrestler do. He made his real-life struggles with addiction part of the story.
I really hope you are addicted. Addicted to losing.
Eddie responded,
I am an addict. About 3 years ago, Holmes, they carried me straight into rehab. Through all that time, bro, through all those 3 years, not only did I wind up losing my job, I lost my wife, I lost my kids, and I lost myself. I disgraced my race, I disgraced my family, and I disgraced myself. Day by day, I have earned my life back. See, when I step into this ring, yeah, bro, I am addicted. I'm addicted to the high that I get from them. I'm addicted to the high that I get when I go home and I tell my family, hey, I'm doing it.
When he beat Brock Lesnar for the WWE Championship on February 15th, 2004, the emotion was real. His mother and daughters in the ring.
And that's Eddie's mom right there. Eddie Guerrero.
For Eddie, this wasn't just a scripted win. It was proof that redemption was possible. He stayed sober for 4 more years. He was present for his family. He rebuilt everything he'd destroyed. And then, on November 13th, 2005, Chavo found him unresponsive in a Minneapolis hotel room. Eddie Guerrero was 38 years old. The autopsy revealed heart failure from arteriosclerotic heart disease, enlarged heart, enlarged organs, signs of long-term cardiovascular stress. He had been clean for 4 years, but the damage was already done. Years of substance abuse combined with the physical punishment of wrestling had created structural problems that sobriety couldn't reverse. Even redemption couldn't save him. Eddie's death hit the wrestling industry hard. WWE created the Talent Wellness Program in 2006, mandatory cardiovascular testing, random drug screening, rehabilitation services. It helped. Fewer young wrestlers died suddenly after 2006, but wrestlers were still independent contractors. They still don't get guaranteed healthcare. They still can't take extended medical leave without losing income. The system that killed Brian Pillman and Eddie Guerrero is still in place. It's just better at managing the liability. But the damage didn't stop. It accumulated quietly, night after night, town after town. The consequences arrived one at a time, isolated, contained, easy to file away and move past, until one weekend when the system stopped leaking and finally ruptured. But before I go any further, I need to be clear about something. What I'm about to describe isn't a cautionary tale dressed up as content. There's no storyline here, no meaning to pull from the wreckage. What it is a record of something so disturbing that even recounting it still tightens my chest. June 22nd through June 24th, 2007, Fayetteville, Georgia.
That Mr. Benoit had murdered his wife by asphyxiation. The same for his son Daniel, and then maybe later on had committed suicide by hanging himself in the basement area.
The details were gruesome. He strangled Nancy, he sedated Daniel, waited until he was asleep, and suffocated him. He placed a Bible near each of their bodies. He sent a text message to a friend, then he went to his home gym and hanged himself. When the news first broke, WWE didn't know any of this. They aired a tribute. They treated it like another sudden death in an industry already conditioned to loss.
Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel are dead.
Then the truth surfaced. Chris Benoit was erased.
Therefore, other than my comments, there will be no mention of Mr. Benoit's name tonight.
No video packages, no Hall of Fame discussion, and that response made sense. Because nothing about what he did deserves to be remembered fondly. But the autopsy raised a question that couldn't be buried alongside his name. Chris Benoit's brain was destroyed. Dr. Bennett Omalu found advanced chronic traumatic encephalopathy, damage so severe it resembled the brain of an elderly Alzheimer's patient. This marked the first confirmed case of CTE in a professional wrestler. Benoit's signature move was the diving headbutt. After breaking his neck in 2001,
during the match, I ruptured a disc which fragmented into my spinal column.
Doctors told him to stop. He refused. He believed the move was inseparable from who he was in the ring, so he kept doing it. Hundreds of times, over more than a decade. Each impact took something with it. None of this excuses what Chris Benoit did. There is no justification. As Paul Heyman said,
only one person had the choice behind it. The other two didn't have a choice to die. So if that's your boy, fuck you.
Andrew Martin, better known as Test, died on March 13th, 2009. He was 33 years old. The cause was ruled an accidental overdose of oxycodone. When doctors examined his brain, they found severe CTE, the same degenerative condition documented in NFL players. It affected impulse control, pain tolerance, decision-making, the very systems responsible for restraint. Dr. Bennett Omalu confirmed what had been whispered for years. Wrestlers were sustaining the same neurological trauma as football players without comparable medical infrastructure. Test was no headliner. His name didn't anchor documentaries. His death didn't linger in public memory. Fans moved on quickly. But inside the system, it mattered. WWE had to respond. The wellness program expanded. But while the changes reduced sudden deaths, they did not eliminate the outcome. Edward Fatu, Umaga, passed away on December 4th, 2009. He was 36 years old. The cause was a heart attack triggered by acute toxicity from multiple substances. An enlarged heart was found during examination. Umaga failed the wellness policy twice. After the second failure, he was offered company-funded rehab. He declined. 6 months later, he was gone. I don't know whether the testing missed it, whether the system prioritized documentation over disruption. What I do know is the pattern remained intact. High-level performance demands physical sacrifice. Compelling stories demand visible damage. Years of repetition turn that damage permanent. The system learned how to slow the collapse, but it never cared about it enough to stop it. What does it mean to survive professional wrestling? Because survival isn't binary. You can make it out and still be destroyed. Chyna was the first woman to compete on equal terms with men in WWE. She was a groundbreaking performer, a cultural icon, and a legitimate crossover star. She died alone in her apartment in 2016 at age 45. Overdose. Mixture of prescription drugs and alcohol. After her wrestling career ended, she struggled to find footing. The industry moved on without her. She attempted reality TV, adult entertainment, anything to recapture relevance. But the fall from being someone to being no one, that's a different kind of injury, one that doesn't show up on x-rays. When you build your entire identity around being watched, what happens when that ends? When the crowd disappears and you're just a person in a room with your pain? For Chyna, the answer was substances, and eventually, it killed her. Tammy Sitch, known as Sunny, was one of the first true stars of the internet era.
The most downloaded celebrity in America online history.
She was famous, successful, beloved. She's currently in prison for vehicular manslaughter while driving under the influence. she killed someone.
Following a crash last year that killed a 75-year-old man from Daytona Beach.
Tammy Sitch was drunk behind the wheel when she was in a crash that killed a 75-year-old man.
S-Y-T-C-H. What's your first name?
Tamara.
Her life became a cycle of addiction, legal trouble, brief attempts at sobriety, and relapse, over and over. And with each cycle, the consequences escalated until they became irreversible. Let me tell you a story about someone I saw as my hero. Not the kind you outgrow or revise later with distance, but the one whose presence feels permanent, like it'll always be there when you need it. I grew up believing heroes endure, that if they suffer enough, the suffering eventually turns into something meaningful, strength, clarity, closure. But that's not how real life works. Sometimes there's no triumphant arc waiting on the other side of trauma, no redemption that ties it together. You just keep living with it, carrying the weight forward because stopping isn't an option. Bret Hart lived that reality. There was no happy ending waiting for him when his career folded. What remained was just survival, day after day, memory after memory, long enough for the tragedy to stop being a moment and start being a condition. And the moment that sealed it has a date. November 9th, 1997, Montreal, Survivor Series. Bret Hart was the WWF champion, preparing to leave for rival company WCW. Vince McMahon wanted the title off him before he left. Bret agreed to lose, just not to Shawn Michaels, not in Canada. But McMahon, Michaels, and Triple H conspired to change the finish mid-match. When Michaels locked Bret in his own submission hold, the referee called for the bell, making it look like Bret had submitted. He hadn't. Bret was betrayed on live television in his home country by the company he'd given his entire career to. Backstage, Bret confronted Vince, and he knocked him out cold with a single punch. Bret later called it the sweetest thing I ever did.
Vince McMahon with the most beautiful Mike Tyson uppercut.
The Screwjob was a professional humiliation, but it was also destruction of the trust. Bret had believed in wrestling's code, that even in this scripted sport, your word meant something, that handshake deals and professional respect mattered. Montreal proved that none of it did, and that realization, that the thing he devoted his life to was fundamentally built on deception.
It's hard for me to do the honor for somebody that has no honor.
That broke something in Bret that never fully healed. But that was just the beginning. 18 months later, May 23rd, 1999, Owen Hart fell. Bret lost his youngest brother, not to illness, not to age, but to negligence, corporate cost-cutting and inadequate safety protocols. Owen's widow Martha has spent decades fighting WWE, refusing to let them profit from Owen's memory. She's kept the family divided because she believes, correctly, that WWE killed her husband. And Bret is caught in the middle, between honoring his brother's memory and reconciling with the company that destroyed him. There was no good answer, just grief. Then, in December 1999, Bret suffered a career-ending concussion during a match in WCW. Kicked in the head, severe brain trauma. His wrestling career was over at 42, and if that wasn't enough, in 2002, he had a stroke. Massive, left side paralysis. He had to relearn how to walk, how to speak clearly, how to use his hands. Bret Hart survived the stroke. He survived the concussion. He survived Owen's death. He survived the screw job. But survival isn't the same as recovery. Bret has said publicly that he sometimes dreams about Owen dying, that the grief comes back in waves, that decades later, he still hasn't fully processed it. His legacy is resilience, yes, but it's also exhaustion. It's the cost of refusing to break even when breaking would have been easier. And I don't know if that's heroic or tragic. Maybe it's both. But it's real, and it's permanent. Kurt Angle won an Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck.
I wrestled 20 years to win that gold medal with a broken freaking neck. As I won an Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck. I won an Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck.
Then he became a professional wrestler and spent 20 years destroying what was left. At his worst, Angle was taking massive doses of painkillers just to function, because his body was so damaged that performing without pharmaceutical intervention was impossible. The addiction emerged as a solution to a problem the industry created. How do you continue performing when your body can no longer tolerate the work? You find a chemical bridge, and you cross it until you can't anymore. He's clean now, but he walks with permanent limitations, chronic pain that will never resolve. He says he doesn't regret it, that the cost was worth the connection with the audience. Maybe he's right, but the price was steep.
Looking back now, I wouldn't change a thing.
Scott Hall nearly died multiple times from alcoholism. Here's what saved him: community. His friends refused to let him disappear. Scott Hall got sober, stayed sober for years. In 2022, complications from hip surgery led to multiple heart attacks. He died at 63, far too young but decades longer than most of his peers. The difference? He had people who wouldn't let him go, who saw him as a human being, not just a performer whose value expired when the crowd stopped cheering.
There's got to be some reason that I'm still here. I should have been dead 100 times.
Daniel Bryan was forced to retire in 2016 at 34. Brain lesions, seizures. WWE's doctors, terrified of another Benoit situation, refused to clear him, so Bryan retired.
I start a new life, a life where I am no longer a wrestler.
A farewell delivered like a funeral for himself. When the lights went out, the collapse followed. 2 years of testing, opinions, binders of scans carried from office to office. Bryan couldn't let go because nothing outside the ring felt real enough to stand in. Wrestling was the only life he knew, and without it, there was no language for who he was supposed to be. When clearance finally came, it didn't feel like victory to him. It felt like relief. The risk never vanished. It was simply absorbed. He returned anyway because the alternative felt like erasure. Wrestling had become necessity, not ambition. A habit of identity, stronger than caution, louder than fear. He wasn't alone in that pull. Ric Flair kept circling back, Terry Funk performing moonsaults at 70, The Undertaker walking out again and again, different men, same gravity. But Edge's story moved in the opposite direction. When he was forced to stop, he stopped. He built a life that could stand without an entrance theme, but when his body allowed it and the door reopened,
You think you know me?
No way.
he stepped through it by choice. Wrestling fit into his life again, instead of being the only place it worked. Addiction to wrestling has nothing to do with applause. It is about identity, and identity is harder to quit than pain. October 22nd, 2018. Roman Reigns was WWE Universal Champion. For years, the audience had rejected him. Arenas full of people booing because they genuinely wanted him gone. Then one night, Roman walked out and broke the character.
My real name is Joe, and I've been living with leukemia for 11 years. And unfortunately, it's back. And I'm gonna have to relinquish the Universal Championship.
The hatred evaporated instantly. Roman had been diagnosed at 22. He wrestled for years without anyone knowing. Because in this industry, vulnerability is liability. 4 months later, he returned.
I'm in remission, y'all.
That vulnerability gave Roman something his character never could: authenticity. Then when he came back as the tribal chief, arrogant, demanding, and cruel, it worked because the arrogance was rooted in something real. Because now he was forcing the acknowledgement that the crowd refused to give him for years. Roman Reigns became one of the greatest champions in modern history, not because of his illness, but despite of it. Because he stopped performing something fake and started living something real. But survival requires more than strength. It requires luck, timing, having a body that holds together just long enough, and not everyone gets that chance. Let me tell you a story that never had a script. It didn't happen in a ring. There were no cameras, no commentary, and unlike the others I've talked about so far, this is a story many people never heard. May 17th, 2020, Venice Beach, California. Shad Gaspard was swimming with his 10-year-old son Arye when they were caught in a rip current. Lifeguards reached them in the water. Shad told them to save his son first. A wave hit. Shad was pulled under. Arye was rescued. 3 days later, Shad's body washed ashore.
Have identified a body that washed up early this morning as that of a missing WWE star.
He was 39 years old. That's the entire story. No addiction, no CTE, no corporate failure, just a father who made a choice. Shad Gaspard was never positioned as a major star. He was part of Crime Time alongside JTG, a mid-card tag team. His wrestling days was not his legacy, because his legacy has nothing to do with what he did on television. 4 years earlier, Shad stopped an armed robbery. When asked why he put himself in danger, he said, "I just kept thinking about how I wanted to make sure I got home to my son." So when he told the lifeguards to save Arye first, it wasn't impulse. It was the real him. He never heard applause for it. There was no tribute package, no slow-motion highlight. He saved his son and disappeared. Not every ending comes from excess or negligence. Some arrive because the body simply fails, without warning or permission. No policy stops it, no lesson prevents it. And when that happens, the question changes. Wyndham Rotunda was a third-generation wrestler. That path wasn't chosen, it was inherited. But Wyndham didn't want to live inside his last name. He wanted to build something that mattered. something personal. We're here. So he became Bray Wyatt, a cult leader, a children's show host, the Fiend, something feral and mythic. He turned pain, anxiety, and grief into performance. And when performance becomes the only outlet for trauma, distance disappears. In December 2020, his best friend John Huber, known to fans as Luke Harper, died suddenly at 41. The loss shattered him. He told Triple H to go hug that baby girl because death was no longer abstract. It was close, immediate, personal. When he returned at Extreme Rules 2022, he stood in the ring and spoke about loss, grief, and depression. He thanked the fans who stayed with him, and you could hear it. Every person in that crowd understood exactly what he meant. In March 2023, Windham contracted COVID. It led to heart complications. On August 24, 2023, he told his fiancée he was taking a nap. The defibrillator was in his car. An hour later, she found him unresponsive. Windham Rotunda died at 36 from cardiac arrest. He spent his career creating monsters. He made horror beautiful. He gave shape to feelings people didn't know how to name. And in the end, he died quietly, in the middle of an afternoon. But what he left behind lives on in every one of us who ever held up a light and became a firefly.
One of the most incredible
What Windham left behind wasn't a warning, it was a reminder. Some losses arrive without excess, without negligence, without a villain you can point to. The body fails, and the story ends whether you're ready or not. But not everyone disappears in silence. Some live long enough to feel the full weight of what they've given, long enough for the cost to follow them home, long enough to survive the system instead of being claimed by it. John Cena did not vanish in a hotel room. He didn't collapse mid-match. He didn't become a headline with a date attached. He stayed. For more than 20 years, Cena worked a schedule that ignored recovery. No off-seasons, no decompression, just repeated axial impact, flat back falls onto wood and steel, stacked year after year until repair could no longer keep up. By 2025, the cost became visible. Neck fusion, muscle reattachments, cartilage worn down to absence, tendons torn from bone. None of it arrived suddenly. It accumulated quietly, hidden behind recovery timelines that bordered on impossible. He returned from surgeries in months where medicine expects years. The myth formed naturally. The body paid later. Painkillers never became his escape. Cena refused opioids, treating pain as information rather than something to erase. That decision avoided one outcome while intensifying another. Without chemical distance, his nervous system absorbed everything. Every rehab cycle, every return, every compromise. By the time his movement slowed, there was no single injury to blame, only fatigue. Then came diagnoses unrelated to wrestling. Skin cancer, twice. Basal cell carcinoma removed from his chest and shoulder, leaving pale scars that television cameras couldn't hide. Proof that even engineered durability breaks down at the cellular level. His posture changed next. Public appearances showed guarded movement. A forward stoop, steps measured. Long-term spinal compression forced adaptation. Cena spoke plainly about lifts he could no longer perform, about the gym no longer feeling like refuge, but evidence. At last, he understood that continuing would cost him something the ring could never return.
I'm a little bit slower, I'm a little bit older.
So he stopped before the body decided for him. He ended it on his terms, through a retirement tour. But even while transitioning to Hollywood, he never missed a planned WWE appearance, not one. Between film sets and flights, he still showed up for every child who asked to see him as their last wish. Because for him, leaving didn't mean disappearing. That choice separates him from many names already spoken. Cena shows what survival looks like when the system doesn't kill you, but the invoice still arrives, even for him. It's paid in years instead of headlines, scars instead of memorials, a slowed gait instead of a sudden ending. He leaves with his mind intact, his life intact, but a body permanently altered. That may be the cleanest exit professional wrestling allows. Let me take you back to where we started. WrestleMania 25, Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker. I've watched that match over 20 times before this video. Each time I notice something new. I see Shawn land the moonsault and think about the 4 surgeries that followed. I see Undertaker sit up after Sweet Chin music and think about him barely walking a decade later. I see 2 men destroying themselves for 60 seconds of transcendence. And I still think it's beautiful. Even now, knowing everything I know, it still moves me. But now I also see what came after. Cody Rhodes won the WWE Championship at WrestleMania 40, after years of struggle, After watching his father hustle to feed his family once WWE discarded him, after leaving the machine to grind through indies and reinventing himself as someone new, after wrestling through a torn pectoral muscle, he finally finished the story. It was beautiful. His mother crying, his brother watching, a family legacy closing its circle. I cried watching it. But I also thought about everyone who never reached that ending, who didn't survive long enough to reach the finish line. What separates triumph from tragedy in wrestling is the cost. And wrestling survives because people keep paying the price. Owen Hart paid with his life. Eddie Guerrero paid it, even after 4 years of sobriety. Chris Benoit paid it with his mind, and his family paid it with their lives. And John Cena and others paid it with a body that will never move the same. But there are also more who keeps on paying it, living with hearts that won't recover.
And I almost hate asking you this question. At any point were you afraid of dying?
The whole time.
Brains that won't function the same, and bones that will never be healed. They all paid the cost. We watched, and we forgot. But the ring remembers every perfect match, every moment of transcendence, every second where the scripted became too real. It remembers the cost. Is it worth it? I still don't know my answer, but I'll be watching next week anyway.
There's one photograph that still haunts me. August 2016, minutes after the match ended. A man sits on a trainer's room bench, paint still smeared across his face and chest. Medical staff surround him, one hand gripping his shoulder to steady him, another voice leaning in close. His shoulder sits at a sickening angle, dislocated, the labrum torn clean from bone. His eyes are empty, hollow in the way they get when someone is watching their entire life collapse in real time, replaying the single moment everything was stolen. 24 hours later, the belt was gone. 10 years later, Belfast, Northern Ireland, he climbs to the top rope. Thousands rise. Irish, Northern Irish, lifelong fans who followed him through NWA Ireland and grainy New Japan videos uploaded at 3 a.m. They hold their breath. They believe. CM Punk lies motionless in the center of the ring. The World Heavyweight Championship gleams at ringside, catching arena lights. He measures the distance, leaps. The coup de grace connects perfectly across Punk's chest. He hooks the leg, Punk's shoulder lifts. The arena groans, physical, guttural, thousands of bodies feeling the same impact. He doesn't argue with the referee. He stares at Punk's shoulder with that same empty expression from 10 years ago. Someone who already knows how this ends because it always ends this way. 5 minutes later, GTS. 1, 2, 3. He sits alone in the corner afterward, while the crowd chants his name in sympathy. They're devastated for him, but he stopped being devastated years ago. That man is Fergal Devitt. You know him as Finn Balor. This is the story of everything he built with his own hands and watched it slip away the exact moment it should have mattered the most. A career measured in precision and excellence and timing that never truly aligned. The prince, who never became the king. 1980s, Bray, County Wicklow, Ireland. Here, professional wrestling was just a rumor. Mythology passed between school kids who'd glimpsed something on late-night television. A distant world. Young Fergal made monthly pilgrimages to buy Power Slam magazine, his Bible. He saved his pocket money for weeks, took the bus alone, and carried each issue home like scripture. The internet didn't exist to bridge the gap between Ireland and that impossible world, so Fergal and his brothers brought that world to themselves. Couch cushions arranged like ring posts, practicing moves from grainy broadcasts they'd recorded and rewound until the tape wore thin. His sister stationed at the window on lookout, ready to whistle when parents' car pulled into the driveway. A family conspiracy to let a dream survive. At 18, Devitt moved to England. NWA UK, Andre Baker's school. Students called it a North Korean prison camp. 3-hour sessions designed to break you, test whether you wanted this enough to endure. If you survived, you earned the right to continue. If you broke, the door was right there. Devitt couldn't walk for 5 days after his first session. He came back for the second session anyway. He earned his black belt in submission wrestling. He was 19 years old, working holiday camps and bingo halls for 20 pounds a night when he debuted in November 2001. Within a year, he returned to Ireland with Paul Tracy to establish NWA Ireland. He was only 21, already running his own promotion and operating a training school out of a freezing warehouse in Bray, developing the next generation because Ireland deserved its own wrestling, not imported mythology. One early student was a 15-year-old named Rebecca Knox. She lied about her age and showed up ready to train with men 3 times her size. Devitt didn't create a separate curriculum or a gentler program. If you wanted to learn, you trained with everyone else, took the same bumps, got hit just as hard. That girl became Becky Lynch. Another student, Jordan Devlin, became J.D. McDonough. The architecture Devitt built is still shaping wrestling, but Ireland had a ceiling. 2005, Devitt competed at an NWA show in Nashville. New Japan scouts were watching. By early 2006, he was on a plane to Tokyo, planning to stay 3 months, maybe 6. Learn from the best, then bring that knowledge home. He stayed 8 years. The New Japan Dojo is designed to break men. When Devitt arrived at 24, he was already a European champion, already proven in England and Ireland, but none of it mattered here. He entered as a young lion, the lowest rank, cleaning toilets before dawn, sweeping streets outside the dojo, washing senior wrestlers in communal baths, scrubbing their backs while they discussed matches he wasn't good enough to participate in yet. Every menial task was a test. Quit or commit. Break or become.
There's all the young boy duties of being a Japanese wrestler, which is involved, cooking the food, cleaning up after the wrestlers, doing the laundry, cleaning the ring, and just anything at all, like carrying the bags of the wrestlers.
He described this period as scary. He didn't know the language beyond basic greetings. He was isolated in a foreign country where hierarchy and respect ran deeper than anything he'd experienced. There's a story he tells. He was sitting on the company bus next to Hiroshi Tanahashi, the ace of New Japan. He was completely starstruck and terrified to speak. Tanahashi noticed, offered a gentle smile, and just acknowledged his presence. That small gesture made Devitt feel like he might actually belong here. The announcers struggled with Fergal, so they renamed him Prince Devitt. They'd considered King, but he was too young, so Prince it was, hoping one day he'd wear the crown. Here, he formed Apollo 55 with Ryusuke Taguchi, 4 IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championships. Their matches with the Golden Lovers earned the Tokyo Sports Best Bout Award, Japan's most prestigious wrestling honor. 2010, Devitt won Best of the Super Juniors tournament, then captured the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. Held it 329 days. Ace of the division, beloved, a babyface icon in a squeaky clean partnership representing everything pure about professional wrestling. But on April 2013, he flipped the switch. After Apollo 55 lost a tag title match, Devitt attacked Taguchi, a viciousness that shocked the Korakuen Hall audience into silence. Bad Luck Fale emerged to help destroy Taguchi. Within weeks, with Carl Anderson and Tama Tonga, they formed something New Japan had never seen, an all-foreigner stable openly, gleefully disrespecting every tradition of Japanese wrestling. It was called
Bullet Club for life.
Devitt conceived the name, his real shooter nickname plus Anderson's machine gun gimmick. Bullet Club had punk rock aesthetic, skull and crossbones merchandise, the too sweet hand gesture borrowed from WCW's NWO, repurposed for a new invasion. They used tactics considered cheap in Japan, interference, referee bumps, post-bell attacks, and reveled in being outsiders. Devitt became the real rock and rolla. He'd arrive carried on Fale's shoulders, wearing light-up leather jackets straight from a Tokyo boutique, grinning like he'd just robbed a bank and gotten away with it. The technical wizard who'd spent years in polite, respectful matches had become something genuinely dangerous. The Bullet Club sold 100,000 merchandise units in 3 months in the US alone. They became the gateway for Western fans discovering Japanese wrestling, the blueprint for what would eventually become AEW. At the center stood Prince Devitt, now the Demon King. He'd taken body paint concepts from Mexican lucha libre, merged them with Irish mythology. The Demon character debuted at Wrestle Kingdom 8 against Kota Ibushi. He'd told Carl Anderson he wanted to be painted entirely black, so it would look like Ibushi was fighting a shadow made flesh. His finisher, the coup de grace, diving double foot stomp, a final, merciful, killing blow. Another signature, 1916, the Irish Easter Rising, the year his ancestors fought British occupation. Everything intentional, everything layered, an artist at peak creative power. By April 2014, Fergal Devitt had conquered New Japan. WWE had been courting him for years. His final match, against Ryusuke Taguchi, full circle. After the bell, the Young Bucks turned on Devitt, just as he'd once turned on Taguchi. The two rivals embraced, shook hands. The office announced his resignation the next day. Years later, someone asked about his time in Japan.
I got a call from New Japan. It's like, hey, David Chan, we got royalty check for you, man. Tiger, thank you so much. How much am I due? And he goes, like $118. Yes.
Devitt mentioned his final royalty check from New Japan for Bullet Club merchandise, which by then had generated millions in global sales, was $118. He told them to keep it. May 2014, Fergal Devitt signed with WWE and reported to NXT. 32 years old, peak of his creative powers. The rise was historic. NXT debut, September 2014, surprise appearance as Hideo Itami's mystery partner. The crowd erupted. They knew who this was. They'd watched the New Japan matches. They had worn the Bullet Club shirts. 2015, Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic winner alongside Samoa Joe. By year's end, he'd taken the NXT Championship from Kevin Owens in a match so good it reset what developmental wrestling could be. He held that title for a record 292 days. Won NXT Male Competitor of the Year. The Demon entrance at takeover events became essential viewing. Each body paint iteration more elaborate than the last. Venom Symbiote, Carnage Red, Jack the Ripper, Victorian Horror. Fans would speculate for weeks about what the next design would be, treating each reveal like a gallery unveiling. This was the perfect ecosystem. Creative freedom, matches built on psychology instead of mandated spots, and an audience that understood what they were watching. But it couldn't last. July 2016, Monday Night Raw. July 2016, Monday Night Raw, the main roster draft. Finn Balor selected first round, first overall pick. The inaugural Universal Championship tournament announced immediately after. On his debut night, his first night on Raw, he defeated Roman Reigns clean in the center of the ring. Roman Reigns, the man WWE had spent 4 years trying to position as their next face, the chosen one who'd headlined 3 consecutive WrestleManias. Finn beat him in 12 minutes. The message was clear. Finn Balor was the guy. 3 weeks later, SummerSlam, Barclays Center, Brooklyn. Main event, Finn Balor versus Seth Rollins for the inaugural Universal Championship. The first man to hold it would be etched into history forever. The match was excellent. Both men understood the assignment, working to create something worthy of the moment. Finn was winning, executing his comeback sequence, building toward the coup de grace, the finish everyone in the building was waiting for. Then Seth hit a buckle bomb that sent Finn crashing into the barricade. Watch the footage, frame by frame. The exact microsecond Finn's shoulder separates, labrum tearing clean from bone. His face contorts in genuine agony, and you can see him pop it back into the socket with his opposite hand, a grotesque reset that should be physically impossible under that much pain. He continues anyway, because you never stop unless you literally cannot move. He made it to the finish, climbs the turnbuckle on one good arm, hit the coup de grace, got the pin. 27 days after his main roster debut, Finn Balor became WWE Universal Champion, the fastest anyone in company history had ever won a world title. He was 35 years old. He'd spent 17 years preparing for this exact moment. He celebrated in the ring, holding the belt high above his head with one arm, while the other hung limp, shoulders screaming, adrenaline the only thing keeping him conscious. Thousands of people chanting his name, confetti falling, flashbulbs everywhere. Backstage, away from cameras, medical staff delivered the news. Severe labrum tear, potentially career-threatening. Surgery required immediately. Recovery minimum 6 months, possibly longer depending on what they found once they opened him up. The next night on Monday Night Raw, Finn Balor walked to the ring.
I have to relinquish this title, and when I am ready, I will be back, and this title is the first thing that I'm coming for.
And relinquished the Universal Championship to a crowd too stunned to react. He'd held the title for only 24 hours. Surgery revealed worse than expected. The labrum had torn completely free from the bone. Anchors would be needed to reattach it. Rehabilitation would be long, excruciating, with no guarantee he'd regain full range of motion. 6 months minimum, the doctor said. More likely 9. He spent recovery building Lego Star Wars sets in his apartment, a meditative practice from childhood.
No. It's simply a meditating state when I get off the road.
He'd construct them, leave them in hotel rooms for the next guest's children. Quiet acts of generosity, reminding himself that wrestling wasn't everything. But he was lying to himself. Because for him, wrestling had always been everything. The entire architecture of his life, built around this single dream. And he'd finally reached the summit, touched the thing he'd chased since childhood, held it in his hands for one perfect moment, then watched it dissolve like smoke. If you're enjoying this deep dive into Finn's career, hit that like button and subscribe. There's more wrestling stories like this coming every week. April 2017. Finn Balor returned from injury in front of a delirious Raw crowd, 9 months after the surgery that was supposed to end his career. He looked exactly as he had before. Same entrance, same jacket, same paint for the demon appearances, same coup de grace that had won him the title. Technically, he was sharper than ever. The shoulder had healed completely. Every move executed with precision honed across 2 decades. The crowd reactions remained molten. Finn Balor chants erupting whenever his music hit, the building shaking during demon entrances. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. The presentation stayed identical. The booking told a different story. He became reliable, the word WWE uses when they mean good enough to be on television, not good enough to build the show around. A consummate professional who could work with anyone, make anyone look dangerous, deliver quality matches that steal the show, but never place him near top of the card. Intercontinental Championship twice, United States Championship once. Both reigns positioned as transitional. He'd win the belt to give it credibility, then drop it to whoever WWE actually wanted to push. Briefly, Balor reformed Balor Club with Gallows and Anderson, the entire thing feeling like a photocopy of a photocopy. He had main event pay-per-views against Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar, matches designed to prove Roman and Brock could beat top-tier competition. He never got close to the Universal Championship again. The title he'd held for 24 hours became a subject WWE simply stopped mentioning around him. Then came TLC. October 22nd, 2017. Target Center, Minneapolis. The card had been set for weeks. Bray Wyatt versus Finn Balor. Then Wyatt fell ill. The match was off. But backstage, someone had a different idea. What if they did Finn Balor versus AJ Styles instead? AJ Styles, the man widely considered the best in-ring performer on the planet, but a wrestler who'd made TNA legitimate, who'd headlined New Japan, who'd proven in WWE that if you were undeniably excellent, they had to push you eventually. Finn versus AJ, announced hours before the show. Finn brought out the demon. The entrance took 10 minutes. Body paint, black and red, demonic symbols crawling across his torso and face, transforming him into something primal. Smoke and strobes, and the crowd on their feet because they understood what they were about to witness. 2 former Bullet Club leaders. 2 men who brought New Japan to the mainstream. 2 of the most gifted performers of their generation, finally facing each other on a stage this big. The match was perfect. 18 minutes of counters and near falls, and sequences so smooth they looked like they'd been choreographed for months instead of hours. AJ working his methodical, limb-targeting style. Finn blending the Prince's technical precision with the Demon's explosive offense. The crowd was molten. Split chants, dueling reactions, standing ovations after signature sequences. This was wrestling at its highest level. 2 masters of the craft, showing everyone watching why they'd become legends before WWE ever called. Finn hit the coup de grace, hooked the leg. 1, 2, 3. The Demon defeated AJ Styles clean in the center of the ring. Fans immediately called it one of the best matches of the year. It was the kind of match that should be a launching point, the moment WWE realizes what they have and builds everything around it. But by the next week's Raw, it had been forgotten. Finn Balor had just defeated one of the most protected stars in the company in what was arguably the best match of his entire main roster run. Yet, he was back to the mid-card by November. Here's what you need to understand about professional wrestling. There's a difference between being great and being chosen. Greatness is something you build. Technical skill, ring psychology, crowd investment, work ethic, consistency across years and companies and styles. You earn greatness through decades of training, thousands of matches, respect from peers and audiences who recognize excellence when they see it. But being chosen is simpler. Someone in power points at you and says, "I need that one." The reasons vary. Look, size, marketability, timing, instinct, luck, or something ineffable that can't be taught or earned. Once you're chosen, your greatness becomes the foundation supporting everything else. But once you're passed over, your greatness becomes evidence of what could have been. Finn Balor was great. He was no longer chosen. And week after week, the proof accumulated. Quality matches that ended with him putting over whoever WWE had decided mattered more. Title shots that felt like charity, designed to make the eventual loss look competitive. The Demon reduced to a costume, something advertised in advance and sold on merchandise, no longer dangerous or unpredictable, just Finn with cooler makeup. In 2019, seeking what he called creative rejuvenation, Finn returned to NXT. The Prince emerged, the name New Japan had given him a decade earlier, finally reclaimed. He abandoned the high-flying, the crowd-pleasing style. Instead, he adapted a cold, methodical heel work. Strikes designed to hurt, submissions that targeted specific limbs, violence that built slowly, psychologically, making opponents suffer rather than just beating them. Technical masterpieces followed. His matches with Kyle O'Reilly, Karrion Kross, Pete Dunne, 30-minute mat classics that felt like legitimate fights, every move mattering, every hold telling story. His second NXT championship reign showcasing what Finn could do with genuine creative freedom and an audience that understood what they were watching. TakeOver 31, December 2020, Finn versus Kyle O'Reilly for the NXT Championship. 28 minutes of brutal, beautiful wrestling. Midway through, Kyle's knee catches Finn's jaw at a sickening angle. Finn's jaw is broken, fractured in 2 places, but he continues wrestling. 14 more minutes with a broken jaw. He wins the match, retains the title. Medical staff swarm the ring-ism that defines wrestler's wrestler. Yet, it doesn't change anything. He returns to Monday Night Raw on the summer of 2021, and almost immediately got into a feud with Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, who by this point had held the Universal Championship for over a year, the man who had become exactly what WWE had always wanted him to be, unstoppable. September 3rd, 2021, SmackDown. Finn challenges Roman. Regular Finn. The Usos interfere, Roman wins, as he always wins. But Finn gets a rematch. Extreme Rules, September 26th, Philadelphia. And this time, he's bringing the Demon. The match is chaos. Tables shatter, chairs bend, kendo sticks splinter. The Usos interfere again, taking Finn out before he can hit the coup de grace. Roman spears him through a barricade at ringside, the same move that had destroyed opponents for over a year. Finn lies motionless. The ref counts. This is over. Then, the red lights hit. The arena floods crimson. Smoke pours from the stage, and Finn, the Demon, rises. He no-sold the spear. His eyes were empty, face twisted into something inhuman. He grabs a chair, destroys Roman with it, sends him crashing through a table. The crowd is losing their minds because this feels huge. Like maybe WWE is finally pulling the trigger. Finally giving Finn the moment they stole from him 5 years ago. Finn climbs to the top rope, measures Roman. The coup de grace, the same move that won him the Universal Championship in 2016. The top turnbuckle snaps, just breaks clean off. Finn falls awkwardly into the ring, the entire setup collapsing under him. Roman spears him. 1, 2, 3. The Demon's first pinfall loss on the main roster. The crowd sits in confused silence. Finn lies in the ring afterward, body paint smeared, the mystique of the character destroyed by a snapped bolt. By early 2022, Finn hit his lowest point of his entire WWE career. 2 months where he simply shows up to arenas, finds a producer, asks who he's supposed to lose to that night. No storylines, no direction, no investment from anyone backstage who matters. He was 40 years old, 21 years into his professional career, Grand Slam champion across multiple continents, one of the most respected workers in the industry. And he is losing to Damian Priest in 4 minutes on a random episode of Raw to fill time before a commercial break. Then, Edge makes him an offer. Judgment Day needed a veteran presence. Edge's heel faction designed to dismantle WWE's old guard. Finn accepts, grateful for anything resembling purpose. 3 months later, the group turns on Edge, kicks him out of the faction he created, and Finn becomes the leader. Judgment Day 2.0. Finn, Damian Priest, Rhea Ripley, and they eventually recruiting Dominic Mysterio and JD McDonough. He mentors the younger members, particularly Dominic, teaching him how to get heat, how to work a crowd, how to protect himself in the ring. He wins the undisputed WWE Tag Bullet Club, NXT standards, now Judgment Day. Everywhere Finn goes, he creates architecture for others to succeed within. April 2023, WrestleMania 39, Hollywood. Hell in a Cell, Finn Balor vs. Edge. The Demon returns with full body paint. The match is violent, chaotic, weapons and blood and bodies crashing into steel. Midway through, Finn climbs a ladder. Edge tips it. Finn falls backward, headfirst into the edge of a steel chair propped in the corner. The gash opens instantly. Deep, severe. Blood pouring down his face and chest, mixing with the body paint. Medical staff rush to ringside. The match stops. They want to end it. Finn, still in character, covered in blood, refuses. "Just put them in," he tells the doctor. "Just put them in and we'll keep going." So they do. Staples, in ring. While 70,000 people watch and the match is technically still happening. 14 staples applied directly into Finn's scalp, blood streaming down his face. Finn never broke character as the Demon. The image goes viral. Mainstream sports outlets cover it. The toughness, the dedication, the willingness to sacrifice his body for the art. And after all that, Edge hit him with a con chair and beat him clean. That's been the story. The entire decade-long story. Finn Balor has given WWE everything they could possibly ask from a performer. His technical excellence, his ability to make anyone look like a star, his creative flexibility, his body, which now carries scars from 1,000 matches, broken jaw, torn labrum, 14 staple gash, grade 2 calf tear, and countless smaller injuries that don't make the medical reports. He has given everything. And in return, WWE has buried him in every possible moments. They used him as the veteran who can be trusted to deliver in big moments. Then step aside so Roman or Seth or whoever they've actually decided to push can take the spotlight. Roman Reigns, the man Finn beat on his first night on Raw, held the world title for 1,316 days. Finn held it for 24 hours. And somewhere in that gap lives the entire story of Finn Balor's WWE career. Somewhere in Ireland, a kid watches wrestling on their phone, dreaming about WWE. Inspired by Finn Balor, the man who built himself into a legend through technical excellence and will, that kid will learn about NWA Ireland someday. About the man who trained Becky Lynch in a freezing warehouse. About the Bullet Club that changed wrestling forever. About a 329-day IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship reign. About 292 days as NXT champion. About his matches in New Japan that wrestlers still study for their psychology. About Grand Slam status that 99% of wrestlers never reach. Then he'll learn about August 21st, 2016. 24 hours as Universal Champion. He'll learn about the 10 years after. The glass ceiling. The near misses. The excellence that never translated to coronation. Both stories are true simultaneously. And maybe that kid will think, if I'm good enough, if I work hard enough, if I do everything right, it'll be different for me. Maybe it will be, but it won't. Because Finn had done everything right. So we get back to the photograph from August 2016, taken at the exact moment someone realizes that the dream has been stolen. And the footage from Belfast, January 2026, where a man sits in a corner after losing, while a crowd keep chanting his name in sympathy, but his face shows nothing but quiet resignation. 10 years between those two images. Same expression, same ending. Same man. The prince who built kingdoms for others. The prince who never became the king. Ghost stories require a specific kind of death. Not every passing leaves a shadow. A soul has to be violently severed mid-sentence, mid-argument, gripping onto something so fiercely unresolved that it anchors them to the exact spot where their life was interrupted. The most terrifying hauntings are the ones where the living can't tell whether they are feeling a conscious presence or just the violent echo of a dying moment. This particular haunting began on a freezing Monday morning in January 2014. Phil Brooks dragged his broken body into his employer's office and whispered that he was done. His body was failing. A herniated disc, bones grinding on bones, broken ribs, a lingering concussion from 2 nights prior that had been completely ignored. and beneath the skin, a rotting staph infection on his lower back, a mass of decaying tissue the company doctor had dismissed as a fatty deposit for 3 agonizing months. They fed him pills that merely masked the rot, leaving his physical vessel failing, consumed from the inside out by a poison he was never equipped to fight. So he walked out of that concrete building. He got into a car, and he vanished into the cold. CM Punk died that morning, but the Phantom never left the arena. It seeped deep into the floorboards. It rose through the suffocating air, infecting the crowd, mutating into a 3-syllable hex. Thousands of possessed voices chanting his name at moments that had absolutely nothing to do with him. Unprompted, uncontrollable. A starving poltergeist, desperately searching for its host. For 7 hollow years, it drifted from arena to arena. A disembodied parasite, borrowing the bodies of other men, feeding on the bitter energy of the living. Then, Phil Brooks made the mistake of walking back through the curtain. The ghost has found its vessel, and it has been slowly consuming him from the inside out ever since. Before the ghost, there was a man, and before the man, there was a car in Lockport, Illinois. Phil Brooks was 8 years old, coming home from a Little League game, when his father started vomiting at the wheel. For one terrifying moment, the boy was certain his father was dying, the specific terror of a child who has not yet learned the taxonomy of adult dysfunction and can only read the symptoms without the diagnosis.
I remember one time my dad being extremely late to pick me up, and he picked me up in his work van. He's an electrician. I remember driving home. He's throwing up the whole time. He's just driving. I was a kid. I didn't know anything about anything. I just remember getting on my bike when I got home, just in tears. Please don't let it be cancer. Please don't let it be cancer. Because I didn't know.
When he finally understood what the monster actually was, he tattooed the exorcism across his knuckles years later. Drug-free. His entire philosophy in 2 words, etched into the bone that makes contact when you throw a punch. His mother's bipolar disorder went untreated until it became a weapon against him. His brother stole money from the backyard wrestling promotion they built together as teenagers. The one pure thing Phil Brooks had constructed from nothing that was entirely his own. He found out. He filed the paperwork. He made the excisions. By his early 20s, he had arrived at a cold, dead conclusion. Blood had proven cursed. So he tore down the traditional idea of family and resurrected it from scratch. Then he walked into the world of professional wrestling, dragging a lifetime of ghosts behind him. And there, he found the one artifact that could turn raw anger into a haunting: the microphone. He was extraordinary with it in the way very few performers in any medium are extraordinary. Audiences could hear something bleeding underneath the words, and the combination made him impossible to dismiss. The anger was real. The grievances were documented. The contempt was venomous. He built all of it in the shadows. IWA Mid-South, North WA Midwest, Border City Wrestling, promotions running out of bingo halls and armories in front of crowds that arrived in triple digits on a good night. He was performing complete possessions. The straight-edge zealot, the wronged man, the voice that named what the room was already terrified to think. For 40 people in warehouses that smelled like cold floor wax and rusted folding chairs, with nobody watching who mattered. The myth of Second City Saint was being assembled in buildings history would never record. On March 1st, 2002, a 23-year-old Phil Brooks competed in a triple threat match alongside Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio Jr. in Indianapolis. After the match, Guerrero noticed the ink. Drug-free. Brooks explained the vow. Guerrero told him he needed souls like him around. A dying master of the craft telling a young wrestler that his sobriety was a lifeline for someone else's survival. The mythology of CM Punk quietly breathes its first breath there, in a desolate parking lot in Indiana that nobody filmed. Ring of Honor gave him the room to become CM Punk in full. In the original Summer of Punk in 2005, he sat cross-legged at the entrance ramp, the exact posture he would use 6 years later in Las Vegas, and told an audience that the championship was leaving with him when his contract expired. He had rehearsed the incantation before he ever performed it on the biggest stage. The building was smaller. The ritual was the same. Then came WWE, and then came the first lesson in how the meat grinder works. They signed him in 2005 and banished him to ECW, a purgatory rebuilt from the bones of a dead promotion, running on a network nobody watched, treated internally as a developmental holding pen with a television deal. CM Punk! He won the ECW championship. He held it twice. The championships were real, but the platform was a cabinet drawer nobody opened. The company had a monster who could do things on a microphone their golden boys could only dream of, and their answer was to bury him in a place most of their audience would never even glimpse. He came to Raw eventually. He won Money in the Bank at WrestleMania 24, cashed it in the same night, and became World Heavyweight Champion before most people understood what was happening. The reign lasted 2 months. The company's pattern with CM Punk in these years was legible from the outside, even when those inside refused to name it. Elevate, hesitate, redirect. Give him the ball, then take it back before he can run. The feud with Jeff Hardy in 2009 became a turning point. Hardy was beloved, the daredevil, the crowd's chosen, the performer who made arenas feel like they loved him personally. Punk turned heel and spent months standing across from that adoration and dissecting it on a microphone. He built a psychological torture chamber for Hardy and delivered it with the contempt of a man who believes every word he's saying.
I certainly won't ever skip a WrestleMania because I failed a test, unlike Jeff.
The crowds despised him for it. The character was working at a level that demanded the main event, but when Hardy left, the program ended, and Punk was redirected again. Then, on June 27, 2011, in Las Vegas, he sat cross-legged at the top of the entrance ramp and picked up a microphone. What followed was 24 minutes that blurred the line between reality and fiction. He named names. He cited contracts.
I don't know if you're as good as Dwayne, though he's a pretty good ass kisser. Because before I leave in 3 weeks with your WWE Championship, I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
He said the things that everyone inside that building had been thinking for years, and nobody had been permitted to say out loud. He called it a pipe bomb. The internet called it the promo of the decade. That night, CM Punk became synonymous with rebellion. WWE responded by putting the championship on him, hoping the rebellion would fade. It didn't. And the man who pushed it further was Paul Heyman. Heyman was no stranger to Punk. In fact, he was the first person inside WWE with real power who had fought for him when it mattered. When Punk was buried in developmental, it was Heyman who kept the door open. When others wanted him gone, Heyman kept pulling him forward. When the company didn't know what to do with him, Heyman gave them a reason to try. He stayed with Punk as something that almost doesn't exist in professional wrestling, a genuine intellectual peer. He understood the microphone the way Punk understood it.
Who you gonna put me with? CM Punk. I'll see him one day.
From the inside out, as a mechanism for delivering truth at volume and watching it detonate. When Punk's second WWE Championship reign began in 2012, Heyman stood beside him, and the combination produced some of the most coherent character work the company had seen in years. Heyman as advocate, as amplifier, as the man who understood that Punk's particular gift required a specific architecture around it to reach its full voltage. The working relationship contained, from the beginning, the precise mechanics of its own betrayal. Heyman's loyalty has always been instrumental, aligned with whoever holds the position he needs held. Punk understood this and signed on anyway, because the collaboration was too valuable to decline on philosophical grounds. The alliance lasted until it didn't. Heyman's eventual defection, the steel chair, the turned back at the moment of maximum consequence, was a wound that never fully closed. It informed everything that came afterward, the paranoia about institutional betrayal, the pattern recognition that sometimes found conspiracy where there was only human unreliability. He held the WWE Championship for 434 consecutive days, the longest reign of the modern era. Yet he main evented only 5 of the 15 pay-per-view events during that stretch. At Over the Limit 2012, the WWE Champion was not the main event. The main event was John Cena in a comedy match with a corporate executive. He was the champion, he was not the event. Later, he watched a part-time performer walk in at the Royal Rumble and take the championship his daily labor had kept warm. And he looked at that man and told him, in front of thousands of people, that everything in his career had been handed to him.
The fact that Dwayne is in the main event of WrestleMania next year and I'm not makes me sick.
Every word was accurate. The accuracy was the weapon. By January 2014, the weapon had been used so many times that the body carrying it had begun to fail. The herniated disc, the knees, the ribs, the concussion, the infection.
And yank my shorts down, and I show him the fucking thing on my back.
What kind of doc? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he looks right at it. He doesn't touch it. He just looks at it, cocks his head sideways, and he goes, "That's a full-blown staph infection."
Full-blown.
Yeah, and I looked at him and I laughed.
Phil Brooks, who made a choice at 8 years old never to allow anything that kind of authority over his own body, had spent a decade in a building that was borrowing his body on an indefinite loan and calling it gratitude. At the Royal Rumble on January 26th, he entered at number 1 and lasted 49 minutes in that condition. A clothesline gave him a concussion partway through. He was told to stay in. He was eventually eliminated by a man in a business suit. The next morning, he walked into Vince McMahon's office and said he was going home. WWE sent his termination papers by courier. They arrived on June 13th, 2014, his wedding day. That is the death. That morning, that hallway, the car pulling away from a building that had taken everything a body could give and then sent the invoice on the one day it would land like a final, fatal blow. That is where the man's story ends. But the haunting was just about to begin. Every ghost story has a resurrection that doesn't quite work. The spirit comes back. It just doesn't fit inside its own skin anymore. Phil Brooks returned to professional wrestling in Chicago in August 2021. 19,000 people screamed for a man who had been gone for 7 years, with the specific intensity of people welcoming back someone they had quietly, privately, given up on. In his hometown, in the building where he had made his name. It was about as close to a religious experience as a room that smells like beer and sweat is ever going to get. For those 7 years, the chant had mutated into something he never intended. It stopped being about him. It became a weapon.
All you Chicagoans are alike, right? You're just like CM Punk, right?
3 syllables the crowd could aim at a company like a finger pointed at a wound. During John Cena matches, during Roman Reigns' title defenses, during the long, airless stretches of television when the audience had been given nothing worth caring about and needed a language for their contempt. Thousands of people would open their mouths and say a name, not because they thought he was coming back, but because his name had become the most precise way to say, "This is not good enough. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk." A 3-syllable verdict. A recurring protest vote held in arenas across the country. The ghost of a man who told the truth and vanished had become the crowd's shorthand for everything the machine refused to give them. He was more powerful absent than most men are present. He signed with the UFC and spent 2 years at Rufus-Port Academy in Milwaukee. Boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, back surgery.
I just had back surgery.
The full, unglamorous infrastructure of a sport that accepts neither preparation gaps nor narrative momentum as substitutes for physical reality. He entered the octagon at 37 with no professional record. He went winless in 2 fights. He has said his biggest regret about MMA was starting too late. That sentence is worth holding for a moment, because he would have gone anyway. He was always going to go. The outcome was never really the point. While the man was losing fights and learning how to absorb damage in a new discipline, the image of him was suspended in amber, frozen at the moment of maximum grievance. He couldn't disappoint anyone with a bad promo or a weak match or a booking decision the internet disagreed with at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, because he was preserved, sitting cross-legged on that stage, speaking in complete sentences about things no one was supposed to say out loud, paying for it, and then simply not being there anymore. The longer he stayed gone, the more perfect he became. Absence, it turns out, is its own kind of heat. So the chant, then he signed with All Elite Wrestling, a company that existed in measurable part because the spark he struck in 2011 had never fully gone out. It just traveled underground for a decade until it found oxygen.
I'm reminded about a man who once sat on a stage just like that, looked in a ring just like this, and he gave one of the most important addresses in the history of our sport. It was the first hint of a revolution. I am talking about CM Punk and the pipe bomb.
AEW was that oxygen. It was built, in spirit if not in direct lineage, from the same rage at the same machine that had produced the pipe bomb in the first place. And now that company was handing him a microphone, a main event slot, and the creative autonomy he had spent his entire career treating as a non-negotiable. The resurrection had every condition it needed. The stage was set, the crowd was ready. The man was back. But coming back to the place of the wound is not the same as arriving somewhere new. The wound is the architecture, the whole identity, the anger, the language, the positioning, the moral authority. It's all organized around the wound. And when you return to a world where the wound no longer exists in its original form, you don't suddenly become a different person. You find a new wound. Or you manufacture one. Because without it, you don't know what you are. In AEW, there was no Vince McMahon. No glass ceiling to map in real time. No machine vast enough to name on a live microphone in a way that made people feel like they were witnessing something genuinely dangerous. What there was instead? A locker room fractured along old loyalties. A long-running rupture between him and his former closest friend Colt Cabana that had never healed. That had in fact kept tearing, slowly, across years in lawsuits and silences. And a group of executive vice presidents who were loyal to that friend in ways that felt, to him, like the architecture of a conspiracy.
He did a podcast with Colt Cabana where he took aim at WWE and Dr. Chris Amon. A lawsuit was filed that led to the deterioration of his relationship with Colt Cabana. Both of them were sued by Dr. Chris Amon, who was allegedly financed by WWE.
The paranoia was not irrational in isolation. This industry does traffic in selective leaks and institutional loyalty. Backstage politics in professional wrestling are not metaphorical. They are operational. They shape careers, they end them. But the paranoia was also a pattern that predated AEW. The mother who kept harassing him for money, brother who stole from him, medical staff who ignored his injuries and infections, the company that chose his wedding day to deliver termination papers. Phil Brooks has spent his entire life inside institutions that betray him. Sometimes the institutions are genuinely guilty. Sometimes the man mistakes shadows for enemies because he has only ever learned to live among them. The difficult, unresolvable question, the one that follows him from building to building and company to company, is whether he can tell the difference anymore, or whether, at this point, he even wants to. He won the AEW World Championship and sat at a media table afterward and buried his colleagues publicly in front of journalists. The wound required an enemy to press against, and the elites were the closest available ones. Without a wound to press against, you're just a man in a room, and Phil Brooks has never known how to be just a man in a room. The physical altercation that followed, backstage at All Out in September 2022, involving multiple members of the roster, sent people to medical attention. But it did not end his employment. He was suspended. He returned. The ghost was still in the building, still pressing. And Phil Brooks, the man who had walked away from WWE because he refused to let an institution consume him, was now locked in a deteriorating relationship with an owner who had begun to see him as a liability. Tony Khan had given him the keys. Now he was watching him use them to break the windows. A year later, at All In London in August 2023, there was another incident, another backstage confrontation, this one with Jack Perry. And this one did not end in a suspension. In the interview afterward, he described his own conduct in the minimum available vocabulary.
I didn't punch anybody. I just choked somebody a little bit.
The first resurrection did not take. What came back was close enough to produce the reaction, to sell the tickets, to produce the moments. And it did produce them, genuinely. The heat of the original had come from specific, verifiable truth, delivered to an audience that could feel the difference between authentic rage and manufactured rage. What returned to AEW in 2021 looked like that, moved like that, sometimes even sounded like it. But CM Punk is a ghost, and spirits don't come back to make peace. They come back to collect a debt. Phil Brooks thought he had outrun it. What he didn't realize was that it was already living inside of him. AEW thought they could contain it. They gave it its own show, its own night, its own walls. But no walls are thick enough to contain something like this, especially when it has already found its perfect vessel. Here is what a ghost cannot do. A ghost cannot feel a torn triceps. A ghost cannot feel a herniated disc. A ghost cannot feel 49 minutes in a Royal Rumble on broken ribs with a concussion building behind its eyes. But Phil Brooks can feel all of those things. The Body is a documentary. 25 years of physical evidence that the man inside it kept showing up regardless of what the showing up cost. This part of the story does not belong to CM Punk at all. CM Punk is a character built for the microphone, for the promo, for the controlled demolition of an argument on live television. Frictionless in performance, devastating in a sentence. The Body is the other man's contribution, the one who does not get the chance, does not get the iconography, does not get the cross-legged mythology. He has described the effects of CTE, the brain damage that builds from years of concussive impact, with the tone of a man describing weather in a city he used to live in. Familiar, slightly regrettable. He has described vomiting every night on a European tour.
I'm on all fours after every match, and I'm either puking for real or I'm just dry heaving because I don't have anything in my stomach.
And the antibiotics that fix the symptoms without touching the infection underneath.
Everybody watch SmackDown because I hit my pants.
That's right.
He has described soiling himself on live television the way someone describes a bad commute. These are not performances of stoicism. They are the natural register of a person for whom the body's suffering has been constant long enough that dramatic vocabulary no longer fits. CM Punk has never been short of dramatic vocabulary. It is the body that runs out of it first. At the 2024 Royal Rumble, his first major match after returning to WWE, he tore his right triceps during the match itself. He finished the match. He went to surgery. He healed. He came back and fought Drew McIntyre in a brutal, bloody Hell in a Cell. The body does not know that CM Punk is long gone. Nobody told it. It keeps showing up. It keeps absorbing the damage. It keeps healing in the crooked way that bodies heal after enough accumulated punishment. But ghosts are frozen. The CM Punk that 19,000 people screamed for was the one who disappeared in 2014. He was young enough to be reckless, wronged enough to be dangerous, with a specific enemy vast enough to justify the anger. The wound mated, the machine mated, the suppression mated. But a 46-year-old body carrying a 35-year-old grudge, in a company that has already handed him the microphone and given him the stage, that is a different equation. The rage still works, but something underneath it has shifted, in the way that something always shifts when the thing you were fighting finally opens the door and lets you in. This is what haunts the haunting. The ghost wears the body, but the body has its own logic, its own memory, its own refusal to stop. It climbs back up every time it is knocked down. Not because the character requires it, not because the performance demands it, but because the man made a decision at age 8 in a car in Lockport, Illinois, and has not yet found a reason to revise it. The body is the proof that the man is still in there, somewhere behind the performance, somewhere underneath the ghost. And the body is the only honest thing about him that is left. The second resurrection was different from the first. In November 2023, Phil Brooks walked through a curtain in Chicago and came back to the company that had mailed him termination papers on his wedding day. The crowd made the noise it always makes when something it has stopped believing possible suddenly happens. The held breath, the shaking walls, the specific quality of disbelief converting to sound. But something was different in the building he came back to. Paul Levesque, Triple H, the man Brooks had spent years naming as a political operative who suppressed his momentum, was now running creative. On the night of the return, Levesque walked up to him backstage with a scripted promo in his hands, looked at it, crumpled it, threw it away. "Nobody here has ever seen you hold a script," he said. "You're CM Punk. Just go out there and talk to the people." Phil Brooks has told this story with audible relief. The relief is the most revealing thing about it. Everything he had demanded, the creative autonomy, the institutional trust, the room to be CM Punk rather than a corporate approximation of him, those conditions now existed. Because time had passed. Because the person who had created the bad conditions had been removed from power by forces that had nothing to do with any individual performer's grievance. The machine changed on its own schedule, for its own reasons, and left the argument standing in an empty room with nobody to have it with. The ghost came home and found that the haunting had already been resolved without it. There is a pattern in history that repeats often enough to have a name. The French Revolution devours its own architects. The Bolsheviks dismantle the Tsar and build a regime that makes the Tsar look restrained. The counterculture of the 60s becomes the advertising language of the 70s. Every rebellion, at the moment of its victory, faces the same problem. It was defined entirely by what it was fighting, and when the fighting stops, the identity doesn't know what to do with itself. It either finds a new enemy, or it becomes the thing it replaced. There is rarely a third option. CM Punk is that pattern in a wrestling ring. The identity was built as opposition, the outsider who saw through the scaffolding, the voice that named what everyone else was paid to ignore. He spent years describing in precise and angry detail the institutional conditions that prevented him from doing his best work. He left. He was gone for nearly a decade. He came back and found the conditions he had demanded through the simple erosion of the problem. The rebel won by outlasting the thing he was rebelling against. Paul Heyman called 2026 the year CM Punk got to cash in all his rebel chips. He said the rebel forces won. He said the rebel is now the establishment. Read that sentence twice. The corporate machine that once suppressed him now trusts him to anchor a $5 billion streaming deal. The man who said he was the voice of the voiceless now has the loudest microphone in the building, and he has used that microphone to perform in Riyadh. In January 2020, before the return, before the resurrection, he told The Miz on Twitter to go suck a blood money in Saudi Arabia. The tweet was profane. It was also precise. It named the thing WWE had spent considerable resources asking everyone not to name. In June 2025, at the Night of Champions kickoff show in Riyadh, CM Punk stood in front of a Saudi crowd that was booing him and apologized.
I woke up and I was crabby and I wrote a mean tweet to The Miz. I really apologize to you and all of Saudi Arabia.
He did not mention the blood money. The man who built an identity on saying the thing nobody was paid to say stood in the country he once named by name.
I am not perfect by any means.
And explained that the naming had been a mood, a bad morning, a lesson learned. The pipe bomb, it turned out, had an expiration date, and the expiration date was whenever the calendar said Riyadh. The ghost got everything it wanted. That is the most terrifying ending of all. By the time CM Punk wins the World Heavyweight Championship at SummerSlam 2025, defeating Gunther in a match in front of 60,000 people, he is 46 years old and the undisputed face of Monday Night Raw on Netflix, a platform that paid $5 billion for the rights to broadcast him. Seth Rollins cashed in. The reign lasted 5 minutes and 9 seconds. He came back from it. He won the vacant title. He became the anchor of the Netflix era without issuing a single pipe bomb. So what does CM Punk do with that? He performs. He defends the championship on Netflix. He sells out the United Center. He gets introduced with Michael Jordan's entrance music by the man who once announced Michael Jordan, in the building where Jordan played, in front of 19,000 people from the city that produced both of them. He lands on the cover of a video game. He stands in the main event of Wrestlemania. Everything the character was ever promised, everything the man ever demanded, delivered on schedule by the machine that once withheld it. The fans who spent 7 years chanting his name as a protest vote noticed. Some had been waiting for the second coming. What they got was a technically immaculate 46-year-old man in a very expensive production. The chants are still there. The rooms are still full. But in certain sections of certain arenas, the noise has changed character. The people who once chanted CM Punk as an act of opposition now have to decide what exactly they are opposing when CM Punk is the show. The pipe bomb worked because it was a man with nothing left to lose telling the truth in a room that wanted him to lie. That specific charge required specific conditions: genuine suppression, authentic grievance, a corporate machine vast enough to justify the anger pressing against it. Those conditions are gone, and the audience that always could feel the difference between authentic rage and manufactured rage is still in those seats, still listening. In Return of the Jedi, the rebellion wins. The Emperor falls. The Death Star burns. The galaxy is free. It is the most satisfying ending in the series because it gives the audience exactly what it came for. What it does not show, what no one was eager to dramatize, is what the rebellion becomes the morning after. How the generals become politicians. How the freedom fighters become administrators. How the thing that made them worth following was the war itself, and the war is over. And now they have to govern, and governing is not cinematic. The sequel trilogy tried to resolve this by having the Empire simply return, because without the Empire, nobody knew what the story was about anymore. CM Punk is still here, still working, still filling buildings. The chant still goes up, the rooms still shake. But somewhere between the pipe bomb and the Netflix deal, between the walkout and the championship celebration, something shifted in the frequency of it. Like a song you heard once at 18, in a car, at 2 in the morning, driving nowhere in particular, and it meant something that you have never been able to fully explain to another person. You hear it now in a supermarket, between the announcements about discounts on bread. It is the same song, same melody, same lyrics, but you are not the same person. The car is gone, and you can never get back to the version of yourself that heard it for the first time. Neither can he. There is an old argument about ghosts, about why they stay anchored to the place of the wound, rather than moving on to wherever the wound is no longer relevant. The argument is usually that the ghost doesn't know it's dead. Phil Brooks knows exactly what died in that hallway in January 2014. He knows the version of CM Punk that made audiences genuinely uncertain whether they were watching truth or television. He knows that version is gone. He knows what he is doing when he walks out there now. He knows. But he comes back anyway. The fans calling him a hypocrite are correct on the surface. The fans calling him boring are correct in a specific way. The promos are technically sound and emotionally inert. A perfect replica of a weapon that looks right, sounds right, has all the correct components. But the room wants to hear it now, because the room paid $5 billion to hear it. That is precisely the problem. CM Punk is the ghost. The performance of the man who died in that hallway, the shape of the rage, and the authenticity that existed before January 2014 and has been imperfectly reconstructed ever since. The seance, the tribute act, the band playing its greatest song slightly off-key because the original was recorded 20 years ago and the instruments had been lost. Phil Brooks is the man who keeps carrying the ghost out in front of the audience. The man who decided at 8 years old never to lose control of his own body. Who built a chosen family out of borrowed parts because his biological one was flawed. Who delivered himself to a machine he knew was indifferent to his health for 20 years. Who got fired on his wedding day and came back anyway. The fans who have turned on him are not wrong about what they're seeing. The character has been absorbed. The rebellion has been sponsored. These are true observations, and they are true. What they miss is everything underneath the character. He married AJ Lee, who grew up in grinding poverty, who fought a locker room that spent years refusing to take her seriously, who wrote a book about living with bipolar disorder with a title that is a reclamation and a punchline simultaneously. She grew up with the same illness that made his childhood unsafe. He found in her the thing his mother could not provide. Someone who manages the illness rather than deploying it, who names it and refuses to let it run the household unchecked. He talks about his dog Larry, who used to stand on his chest to wake him up in the morning. He has Larry's paw print tattooed on that exact spot. The night he won the World Heavyweight Championship, they went back to the hotel. No after party. Just the two of them, pizza, ice cream, what they call a Larry pie, and the quiet of a room where the championship means exactly what it means to the two people in it. The character of CM Punk was never built for happiness. It was built for righteous suffering, for glorious defiance, for the dignity of the man who is correct in a world that refuses to acknowledge it. But Phil Brooks found happiness anyway. It cost him the purity of his mythology. He appears to be completely fine with the trade. He will not stop. He has no mechanism for stopping.
You buggy-whipped arm, no-brain hillbilly. You think you can come here to the business, my business of pro wrestling, and run your mouth while you just wrote a check that your narrow ass can't cash. You want to talk about ticket sales? Do me a favor. Call up that agent that was foolish enough to shoehorn you into this business and this show and tell him to lower the ticket prices.
The decision made in that car in Lockport at 8 years old was about one thing: surrender. He has never chosen it. Not to the alcoholism he grew up in. Not to the machine. Not to the staph infection. Not to the octagon. Not to the locker room. Not to the FedEx envelope. Not to the fans who have decided the character no longer means what it once meant. So he will climb back into the ring again. And he will carry the ghost out with him, the way he carries everything he has ever survived. On April 19th in Las Vegas, he will stand across from Roman Reigns and 50,000 people. Some in love with a version of him that may no longer exist. Some waiting for him to prove them right. most somewhere complicated in between. And he will be exactly, completely, ruthlessly himself, which is, when you look at the full shape of this life, is the most terrifying and the most beautiful thing about him. The ghost is real. It always was. But this is no longer a ghost story.
WWE is the land of dreams, where legends are made and legacies are forged. But it's also the place where dreams die brutal deaths. This company has created countless stars who went on to define eras, but it has crushed even more. Dreams that never again saw the light of day. Before the tide turned, WWE stood as the undisputed pinnacle of sports entertainment. And once you were cut from their ranks, the world told you you'd never reach those heights again. No one survived that fall, until someone did. They crowned him before he could even crawl, draped him in gold, called him chosen, and then watched with cold eyes as he collapsed under promises he never made. When he stumbled, they turned away. When he bled, they laughed. And when he vanished, they erased his name, like he never even existed. His dreams weren't broken in one night. They shattered him, piece by piece, by the very hands that raised him too fast, too high, only to drop him harder than anyone could survive. They threw him to the wolves, and then mocked him for the scars. But he didn't stay buried, piece by piece, scar by scar, until the boy they sacrificed was gone, and in his place stood a warrior. Then the world shut down, arenas fell silent, heroes vanished, and when it mattered most, it wasn't their polished champions who carried the weight. It was a broken hero, alone, no cheers, no banners, carrying the sword he named after his mother, and with it, the company, the industry, and the hope of a generation. While the world watched from behind locked doors, he gave them everything: the broken body, the stolen years, the sleepless nights no camera ever saw. And when the lights came back on, when the world roared again, they handed the crowns to someone else and left him standing in the ashes of his own sacrifice. They once called him chosen, but he was never their heir. He built his own path. This is not a story of destiny. This is the story of a man who was exiled, discarded, forgotten, only to return as a storm that outlasted every forecast. The man who wrote his own fate with blood, sweat, and silence. The man who outlived the throne they built to contain him. The man who prayed for this and made it happen. This is the story of Drew McIntyre. Now, when we see Drew McIntyre, we see a star like no one else. He looks like $1 million, talks like he's whispering the gospel of chaos in your ears, and fights like he's about to tear the roof apart. The internet wrestling community is a cesspool. We find reasons to hate on everybody. No one is safe. But I'm still waiting to come across a Drew McIntyre hater. Right now, in the middle of the best run of his career, it feels like he's universally adored, respected, cemented as one of the best to ever lace up boots in the modern era. But it wasn't always like this. Drew's story is built on rejection, heartbreak, failure, and struggle. And it began at Ayr, Scotland. The boy who would one day carry kingdoms on his back came from a place most of the world never thought about twice. In that grayness, a young Andrew Galloway found a spark. From an early age, he was captivated by wrestling, by the characters, the pyro, the showmanship. He knew right then, this was it. This was the only thing he was ever going to do. He told his family, straight up, he was going to be a wrestler. He was going to WWE. They told him it wasn't possible, that it was an American thing. He didn't care, he didn't listen. By the age of 10, he was already studying the business, hiding wrestling books in a briefcase, tucked under the closet like they were state secrets. By 15, he finally broke his mom down, convinced her to take a 12-hour ride just so he could get into the only wrestling school he could find in the UK. He debuted young, barely more than a kid. The rings were half built, the crowds half drunk, but Drew moved like he was born for a stage 10,000 times bigger. He was a full-time wrestler before he ever earned a degree. The whispers started early, about the tall, hungry kid who looked like he'd been carved out of stone. Every night, Drew got better. Every night, he built something no one could take from him. He wrestled across promotions like British Championship Wrestling, Irish Whip Wrestling, and Insane Championship Wrestling. And during that stretch, he met another scrapper, a pale Irish kid named Sheamus. They made a promise to each other. If one made it, the other would too. And eventually, they did. Drew landed a WWE developmental contract, where dreams went to be tested or quietly killed. Most cracked. Drew hardened, but undeniable. And Vince McMahon saw it. In 2009, Drew McIntyre, the chosen one. The blessing was real, and so was the target it painted. For a while, it worked. Wins stacked up. The Intercontinental Championship came fast. Tag gold with Cody Rhodes followed. Two prodigies with the future at their feet. The boy from Air had done it. He made the impossible real. But momentum is fragile. The cracks crept in slow. A loss here, a half-hearted cheer there. Confidence turned to pressure. Pressure turned to silence. Behind the curtain, it was worse. In his own words, he was a mama's boy, fresh off the boat from Scotland and thrown onto a pedestal he didn't know how to stand on. He thought the locker room was filled with friends. He was wrong. They smiled to his face, laughed behind his back, used him, undermined him. He didn't know how the game worked. And wrestling doesn't forgive the ones who don't play it.
There's a lot of people behind my back with, envy, jealousy. Why not me? Back talking me, stab me in the back.
He fought battles no crowd could ever see. And then the prophecy broke. Matches got shorter. Stories got colder. He was still working, still bleeding. But the machine had already moved on. In 2012, he lost his mother, Angela Galloway, his rock, his biggest believer, the woman who built the dream with him from the start. When she died, something in Drew died with her. The chosen one was gone. In his place, a punchline. 3MB, a comedy act made from three men with nothing left to lose. Drew McIntyre, Heath Slater, Jinder Mahal. Behind the curtain, it was darker. Drew was burnt out, emotionally broken. He started drinking heavily, partying, spiraling. He admitted it himself. He was a mess, and he wouldn't have given himself another shot either. Then the axe came, June 2014, just one day after he moved into a new apartment with his now wife. The timing crushed him. It scared him. He'd been in WWE since he was 21. Wrestling was all he knew. WWE discarded him. The fans moved on, and Drew McIntyre was left with nothing but silence. There was only one path left. The boy who once believed he could outrun fate had to become a man strong enough to break it. So he started over. Back to the Indies, back to Scotland, back to insane championship wrestling, the place he'd left behind as a kid. The first shows were nothing special. Dusty halls, lukewarm crowds. He tore through ICW like a man possessed, won the World Heavyweight title, and carried it across the world like a war banner. In WWE, he was forgotten. But in the UK, he became something bigger. He became myth. Next came Evolve, Dragon Gate USA, WWN, anywhere that gave him a platform. He made damn sure they remembered him when he left. But Drew wasn't just fighting to survive. He wanted war. And war waited in America, TNA. It wasn't the dream, but it was a job. And more importantly, it was a fight. He didn't ask for main events. He earned them. No gimmicks, no punchlines, just grit, violence, and presence. He cashed in the feast or fired briefcase on Matt Hardy, won the TNA World title, fought Lashley, EC3, hard matches, some ugly, but he never phoned it in. And then, just as he was rising, he started slipping again. His body began to break, his neck gave out, the drinking came back, until his wife gave him a choice, fix it or I'm gone. Drew looked in the mirror and saw a ghost. He looked at WWE and saw Brock Lesnar with Paul Heyman and made a decision. He was going to become the kind of man who could stand across from Lesnar and be believed. So he sharpened his body, sharpened his words, trained to go toe-to-toe with Heyman on the mic, trained to stare through Lesnar like a man who'd seen death and laughed. Within months, he was on top of TNA, but he didn't stop there. He returned to the Indies again, ICW in Scotland, Evolve in America, Worldwide Network in Europe, rough rings, small crowds. He treated every night like it was Wrestlemania, and people noticed. Promoters started trusting him with the main event. Younger wrestlers started studying him, and in WWE, someone was watching. Triple H made the call. Years of redemption finally fulfilled. When the world thought he was rebuilding a career, Drew was rebuilding himself. He threw himself into the fire and came out forged, not as a prospect, not as a chosen one, but as a storm built in exile. At NXT TakeOver 2017, the camera cut to the crowd. Drew stood there, a man carved from everything they once tried to break. He wasn't a prince looking for a throne anymore. He was the throne, and he was coming to take the whole damn kingdom by force. Upon his arrival in NXT, he went straight to business. He tore through enhancement talent like they owed him something. Every claymore was a statement. Every promo was a scar reopened. This time, they couldn't bury him in the mid-card, so he went straight for the top prize. NXT champion Bobby Roode. Glorious entrances, tailored suits. Roode was a man playing champion. Drew was a man who had earned the right to destroy one. They collided at TakeOver, Brooklyn. The match was hard, real, felt, and when it was over, Drew stood tall, NXT champion. This time the gold wasn't a gift. It wasn't hype, it was war won, a prophecy finally fulfilled. He held it high, sweat pouring down his chest, his face carved in stone. He had crawled through glass to get back to this moment, and now he was ready to carry it. But NXT wasn't done testing him. As he stood in that ring, title in hand, the lights flickered, and from the shadows came the Undisputed Era. They beat him down without hesitation, and just like that, the war began. Drew kept fighting, through title defenses, through pain. He didn't flinch, he didn't slow, until TakeOver, War Games. He defended the title against Andrade. The match was flawless, violent, technical, electric, but Drew reached too far. A missed Claymore, a spike, DDT, 1, 2, 3. He lost the title. But worse, he tore his bicep, outside, just like that. Another tragedy, another setback. It could have been the end, but the man Drew had become couldn't be contained by yellow and black. When he returned, it wasn't for redemption, it was for reckoning. He walked into the Raw after WrestleMania 34. No theatrics, no redemption monologue. Just stood beside Dolph Ziggler and made a statement the only way he knew how, with violence. The Claymore hit like a gunshot. And just like that, Drew McIntyre was back on the main roster. His pairing with Ziggler felt random, but it was synced, a symphony of chaos. People started whispering Diesel and Shawn. But Drew wasn't a bodyguard. He wasn't a sidekick. He was a different beast altogether. They called him the Scottish psychopath. He didn't argue. He made it stick. He faced Finn, Dean, Seth Rollins. One by one, they either lost or couldn't keep up. Drew wasn't chasing applause. He was chasing wreckage. WrestleMania 35, Roman Reigns, the Golden Boy, the face of the company. Drew stepped in ready to rewrite the script. He lost, clean, but he didn't fold, he adjusted. The Claymore became a death sentence. One shot, lights out. Every match added momentum, and slowly, the crowd turned. They stopped seeing a sidekick. They started seeing a destroyer. By Royal Rumble 2020, Drew has already become a crowd favorite. That night, Brock Lesnar was clearing the ring like a storm. One man, one mission. Nobody could touch him until Drew, one Claymore. Brock flew out of the ring like a broken god. The crowd lost it. It was a release from years of pain let loose in a single boot to the chest. And Drew, he didn't gloat. He pointed to the WrestleMania sign. The glory that had eluded him for 13 years was finally at the distance of his fingertips. Pro wrestling isn't a sport played between athletes. It's an art form, where stories are told using broken bodies as the canvas, where greatness isn't measured by wins or losses, but by the reactions generated from the crowd. It's not just about athleticism, it's about emotion, the rise and fall of heroes, crafted live, rewritten on the fly, shaped by cheers, boos, and the heartbeat of the people in the stands. But what happens when that heartbeat disappears? March 2020. The pandemic hit, the world shut down. WWE kept going, inside an empty performance center. No fans, no roars, just silence and LED screens trying to fake what had been lost. WrestleMania 36 should have been the biggest night of Drew McIntyre's life. His final triumph, his coronation. Instead, it happened behind closed doors. He beat Brock Lesnar clean, no interference, no shortcuts, just 4 Claymores, and the dream he'd chased since boyhood, realized in front of no one. He held up the WWE title in an empty building. No fireworks, no chants, just heavy breathing and a quiet thank you to a camera lens. The moment was real, even if no one was there to feel it. In the darkest time, fans tuned in for a flicker of hope. Most top stars stayed home, health, travel, family. But Drew, he didn't have that luxury. He was the one who had to carry the company through the silence. Empty arenas, steel chairs for fans, promos shouted into voids. And every week, he showed up. He fought everyone they gave him. Seth Rollins, Bobby Lashley, Randy Orton, all the names that were pushed when he was rebuilding. Now, they had to go through him. When Orton took the title at Hell in a Cell, it wasn't a failure. It was the end of a run that went longer, harder, and lonelier than anyone imagined. Because Drew didn't chase moments. He lived in the work. At Elimination Chamber, he survived the cage, bruised, limping. And then The Miz cashed in. No story, no building, just another stolen moment. Drew didn't whine. He got up. again. WrestleMania 37, opening match, Lashley. The fans were back for the first time in over a year. Drew had carried WWE when they were gone. Now he stood in front of them again and lost. Passed out in the Hurt Lock, didn't tap, didn't quit, but lost. He kept showing up, reliable, smiling, cracking jokes, but the fire never left. It simmered, quiet, controlled. WrestleMania 38, he beat Corbin, cut the ropes with his sword. A moment, a meme. But Drew didn't bleed for this business to be a meme. He hadn't clawed back from exile to live in the middle of the card. Because Roman had everything. The spotlight, the belt, the machine behind him. Drew had none of that. And then came his shot. Clash at the Castle, Cardiff, home turf. 62,000 of his people roaring with belief. He hit the Claymore. The referee counted, 1, 2, discounted Umaga appeared, and Roman managed to retain. And Drew, he sat in the ring, shattered. A moment meant to crown him instead left him empty. He said it was the worst moment of his career. And then, to make it worse, they handed him a mic and made him sing American Pie with Tyson Fury, like a clown at his own funeral. That broke something in him. If doing everything right doesn't guarantee anything, if he worked harder than anyone, suffered more than most, and still got nothing, then he's gonna become the consequence they can't escape. At WrestleMania 39, Drew McIntyre fought Gunther and Sheamus in one of the most violent triple threats WWE has ever seen. No filler, no wasted motion, just 3 men beating the hell out of each other like their legacies were on the line. And when Gunther got tossed out, Drew and Sheamus finally lived the moment they'd waited 2 decades for. 2 best friends, 2 warriors, 2 men who stood at each other's weddings as best men, now throwing bombs at WrestleMania. It was beautiful, until Gunther came back and broke the dream. He won. Drew didn't. But Drew, he kept moving. Only now, something was off. The cheers didn't hit the same. The smiles felt forced. Roman stayed on top. Cody rose. Seth danced in the spotlight. And Drew was the one who carried the company when no one else could. And now that the world had returned, they looked past him. It wasn't jealousy. It was unfiltered rage. At Survivor Series, Drew fought a war alongside Judgment Day and lost. And just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he heard the music he hates most. CM Punk arrived, a man Drew despises, but he didn't let it spill out on camera. He swallowed it, let it age like venom, and when the time came, he didn't hold back. At Royal Rumble 2024, he injured CM Punk, ended his WrestleMania main event dream.
I prayed for this and it happened.
CM Punk is a legend, not just because he's one of the best to ever do it, but because he made a career out of doing what we all do, complain about work and trash the boss. But his antics started feeling elementary when he met the final boss of bitching. If you're gonna make enemies in this business, don't pick Drew. He doesn't hate like the rest of us. He conducts a grand opera of disdain. Every glare is an aria. His pettiness has layers, like a hate-themed Shakespearean tragedy. Punk mocked his past. Drew almost snapped. I could have buried him, he said. I didn't. I stayed professional, even when I wanted to rip his head off. Their promos were venom. Their matches, chaos, blood, unfiltered violence. Then came WrestleMania 40. Drew beat Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. He finally stood on top. He earned it the hard way. And for 5 minutes, it looked like the company finally had his back. Then he mocked Punk. Punk attacked. Then Damian Priest cashed in. Drew lost. He won Money in the Bank, tried to cash in again. Same result. Drew snapped. Now listen, wrestling fans know hate. I do too. I consider myself a professional hater. But when I watched Drew, I realized I wasn't hating to my full potential. His hatred for Punk was so personal, it made Kendrick Lamar look emotionally stable. He stole a bracelet with Punk's dog's name on it, and turned it into the most important trophy in sports entertainment. More prestigious than what some wrestlers will manage to do with world titles. He beat Punk at SummerSlam, dragged him through a hellish feud. It ended inside Hell in a Cell, and Drew lost. By Royal Rumble 2025, Drew wasn't even a priority. He was thrown away by Priest. Elimination Chamber, screwed again by Priest. And what did Drew get after the run of his life? Putting on classics, spitting fire on the mic, being the undisputed menace of social media, a throwaway match at WrestleMania against Damian Priest. And they're still dragging the feud. While the title picture's held hostage by nostalgia acts and bad influencers, Drew's out here making every moment count, without the belt. The truth? Drew McIntyre doesn't need a title to stay relevant. It's the title that needs him, to mean something. Drew McIntyre deserves better, not because he was promised it, but because he bled for it, because he fought for it when no one else would, because he earned it when the world forgot how. Drew McIntyre doesn't need a throne. He'll be hailed as king anyway.
January 19th, 2026. Belfast, Northern Ireland. A 47-year-old AJ Styles stands in the center of a wrestling ring, facing an impossible choice. Gunther, the man who just retired John Cena, has demanded that AJ Styles put his career on the line. One match, Royal Rumble. If Styles loses, he retires. Styles doesn't answer immediately. He talks to his wife first.
AJ, talk to the missus. Sure did.
25 years ago, in 2001, Alan Neil Jones was offered a developmental contract by the WWF. He was 24 years old, hungry, and had just hit a shooting star press that left the entire locker room stunned. This was it. The dream. The moment every independent wrestler lives for. He said no. He said no because his wife Wendy was still in college and he wouldn't leave her behind. He chose his family over his career, and for the next 15 years, people in the wrestling industry used that decision as proof that he didn't want it bad enough, that he wasn't willing to make the sacrifices required to be truly great. But here we are, a quarter century later, and the same man is standing in the same position, facing the same choice, and he still needs to talk to his wife first. Wendy's response?
She said exactly what I was thinking. Kick his ass.
When people picture the greatest wrestler of all time, they imagine someone willing to burn everything to reach the top. A man who radiates charisma with every word, a body carved like a Greek statue. Someone built to dominate rooms and tower over opponents. They don't picture a family man. They don't picture a thick southern accent. They don't picture someone considered too small to intimidate, too short to stand among giants.
I'm not the tallest guy. I have a southern accent. There's several things that he could hate about AJ Styles.
But here's what I've realized watching AJ Styles for the last 2 decades. Greatness isn't about wanting it more than everyone else. It's about defiance, about becoming something real while everyone points out what you lack. This is the story of the most complete professional wrestler of the 21st century, and how close the world came to never seeing him. Let's start with something objective, something you can't argue with: the numbers. AJ Styles has held 37 championships across 8 different promotions. He is a Grand Slam champion in both TNA and WWE, the only man to achieve that. He has main evented Wrestlemania. His 371-day WWE Championship reign is one of the longest in the title's history. He has been ranked #1 in the PWI 500. Dave Meltzer has awarded him more 5-star matches than anyone currently active in North American wrestling. John Cena, arguably the biggest star WWE has ever produced, said this about him.
AJ Styles.
Best to ever do it.
You think he's the best to ever do it?
He makes difficult look easy. And that is not God-given talent. That is practice. When you see difficult become seamless, it's because it's been done 10,000 times. And the amount of shit he can do seamlessly, man, he's best to ever do it.
Ric Flair called him the closest guy to Shawn Michaels in our business right now.
AJ, I'll tell you this, for my money right now, AJ is as good as Shawn Michaels. They both prove you don't have to be the biggest, but they can wrestle anybody big.
The Undertaker chose him, out of every wrestler on the planet, to be his final opponent.
I'm training to have this final farewell match with who I consider probably the best in the business right now. Closest to Shawn Michaels, only guy basically on the roster left that I feel like I can work with and have a match.
These are statements from the guys from the Mount Rushmore of professional wrestling. People who have seen every generation, every style, every era, and they all agree, AJ Styles is as good as a professional wrestler can get.
AJ, man, he is without a doubt the most gifted wrestler I've ever been in the ring with.
But here's what's easy to forget when you watch AJ Styles wrestle in 2026. This was never supposed to happen. When AJ Styles finally made his WWE debut at the Royal Rumble in 2016, he was 38 years old. An age when most wrestlers are thinking about retirement. There were people backstage who genuinely believed he was just a good hand. Someone who would put younger talent over for a few years before quietly fading away. Vince McMahon told him,
As I came back, he's like, I got 1,000 guys who can do what you do.
AJ Styles looked him in the eye and said, then why did you sign me? That's the story, isn't it? The refusal to accept what someone else decided you should be. But to understand how AJ Styles got to that moment, we need to go back. Not to 2016, further, to a night in 2005, when everything changed. September 11th, 2005, Orlando, Florida. TNA Unbreakable. AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Samoa Joe in a triple threat match for the X Division Championship. And you need to understand something. This match functioned as a declaration. For years, TNA had been dismissed as WWE Light, a place where former WWE names went to collect paychecks. But this 25-minute surgical dismantling of expectations proved that somewhere in Orlando, 3 men were producing work WWE could not replicate. Dave Meltzer gave it 5 stars, the first in TNA history. If you've never seen it, here's what matters. It's violent, not in a hardcore, weapons-heavy sense, but in the way a ballet becomes violent when performed at the absolute edge of human capability. The pace never slows. There's no fat, no filler, no moment that isn't building towards something inevitable. 3 men moving with such shared understanding that the match feels like a high-wire act without a net. At the end, Styles won. He raised the title high with a bloody nose, and everyone watching understood they had witnessed something that would never be repeated. That match explains why we're here. That night marked the moment AJ Styles stepped onto a path toward immortality. Fast forward to April 6th, 2014. Invasion Attack, Tokyo, Japan. Styles debuts for New Japan Pro Wrestling by attacking Kazuchika Okada, revealing himself as the new leader of Bullet Club for life. The crowd is stunned. This violates the unspoken rules of New Japan Pro Wrestling. Foreigners don't arrive and take control. They earn respect through years of attrition. Then Styles does something even more shocking. He defeats Okada in his first match and wins the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, the most prestigious title in Japan, on his debut. And somehow, it works. For 2 years, AJ Styles becomes the most compelling heel in wrestling, the most dangerous Gaijin invader New Japan Pro Wrestling had ever seen. Bullet Club grows into the engine of the company's global expansion. At various points, every major title in New Japan Pro Wrestling rests within the faction. The crown jewel arrives on January 4th, 2016. Wrestle Kingdom 10. AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura. 2 men who respect each other too deeply to pull their strikes, battering each other in front of 25,000 people. The storytelling is precise. Nakamura targets the ribs. Styles answers with speed. The closing sequence lands with such perfect timing that the outcome feels preordained. Styles loses, but the loss doesn't diminish what happened inside the ring. 3 weeks later, AJ Styles debuts in WWE. I watched the 2016 Royal Rumble on a terrible stream that buffered every few seconds. When Roman Reigns' music hit at number 1, I remember thinking, alright, who's getting fed to Roman tonight? Then the countdown for entrant number 3 began. Then this happened. The building exploded. 15,000 people losing their minds because the wrestler they'd followed for years through shaky streams and IPPVs had just crossed into the biggest company in the world. Styles lasted 28 minutes. The crowd never stopped chanting his name. When he was eliminated, the energy vanished. Everyone knew the real story had just walked out of the ring. Within 8 months, AJ Styles was WWE champion. Within 2 years, he held the title for 371 consecutive days, tied for the 8th longest reign in history. SmackDown Live became the house that AJ Styles built. The match that cemented his legacy came at Money in the Bank 2016, AJ Styles versus John Cena. The violence here is structural. 2 men dismantling each other's credibility piece by piece. Cena hits the attitude adjustment. Styles kicks out. Styles hits the Styles Clash. Cena kicks out. Counters stack on counters until both men can barely stand. Styles wins. With help from the club, yes, but he wins. Against John Cena, the man defined by inevitability. That's the moment WWE understood the truth. AJ Styles wasn't another main event option, he was the main event. But this is where the story complicates itself, because greatness like this comes with a cost. Let me tell you what AJ Styles' body looks like in 2026. His back is held together by years of chiropractors and painkillers. His knees are bone on bone from decades of landing on concrete and plywood disguised as a wrestling ring. He's had multiple hernia surgeries. There are nights when he can barely walk to his car after a match. Early in his career, AJ Styles was a walking highlight reel. Spiral taps, shooting star presses, Fosbury flops through tables. By 2020, he'd shifted almost entirely to a grounded, technical style because his body physically couldn't handle the aerialism anymore. The calf crusher, his primary submission finisher in WWE, exists because he had two options: adapt or retire. And even that hurts him now. Watch his matches in 2024 and 2025. Really watch them. You can see the winces between moves, the slight hesitation before a phenomenal forearm, the way he rolls out of the ring slower than he used to. But the physical damage is the easy part to notice. The harder truth is this: AJ Styles spent 20 years being told he wasn't good enough. He was told he was too small for WWE in 2001. He was told TNA would never count as a real competitor, so his accomplishments didn't matter. He was told his New Japan Pro Wrestling run was just Japan, as if being IWGP Heavyweight Champion meant less than being a mid-carder in WWE. And when he finally arrived in WWE, he was 38. Most wrestlers are winding down at that age. He supposedly had 5 good years left. Except AJ Styles didn't wind down. He got better. His 371-day title reign produced classic after classic. Shinsuke Nakamura, Samoa Joe, Daniel Bryan, Rusev. Every defense carried the same unspoken demand: prove you belong here. And every time, Styles answered it. But here's the part that stays with me. He was still fighting that fight. In 2024, at 47 years old, AJ Styles staged a fake retirement on SmackDown to manipulate Cody Rhodes into giving him one more title shot. The promo was flawless. The quivering voice, the tears, the thank you for the memories, goodbye. Then he attacked Cody with the crowd booed him out of the building. But it worked. He got his match. AJ had 2 matches with Cody Rhodes. First at Backlash, then again at Clash at the Castle, following the fake retirement. Both were technical masterclasses, the kind of matches that stabilized Cody's title reign and gave it credibility. Because that's what AJ Styles has become in his final years. The man who makes you look like $1 million, even as his own body breaks down. And still, it isn't enough. Because for every legendary moment in AJ Styles' career, there's always been one lingering stain. WrestleMania 34, April 2018. AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura for the WWE Championship. 2 years earlier, at Wrestle Kingdom 10, they created something special in Tokyo. A brutal, elegant match that felt like 2 masters speaking the same language. The WrestleMania rematch was meant to be the definitive version. Instead, it was fine. Not a failure, just nowhere near the standard they had set for themselves. That match hung over both of them for 8 years. Then, last week, Saturday night's main event, January 2026. 28 years after AJ Styles made his wrestling debut. 8 years after that WrestleMania disappointment. AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura stepped into a ring one more time. And they delivered the best match of Nakamura's entire WWE career. At 48 years old, with a body held together by spite and ibuprofen, AJ Styles proved he could still do it, that he could still reach that level, that he could take the one blemish on his legacy and erase it. In December 2025, John Cena retired. 2 months earlier, at Crown Jewel, Cena faced AJ Styles one last time. The match played like a greatest hits album. Every counter, every callback, every moment designed to remind you why these two mattered. And in his tribute to AJ before his own retirement, Cena said something I can't stop thinking about. AJ Styles is the best to ever do it. He makes difficult look easy. When difficult becomes seamless, it's because it's been done 10,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,000 matches where AJ Styles had to be perfect because anything less would confirm someone's doubts. 10,000 nights where his body begged him to stop, and he went out and hit a phenomenal forearm anyway. 10,000 moments where he proved, again and again, that greatness isn't about being chosen. It's about refusing to accept rejection. So we come back to January 19th, 2026. AJ Styles standing in that ring, having just slapped Gunther across the face. The challenge is made. Royal Rumble. Career on the line. And I think about the 2001 decision a lot. The choice to stay home, to support Wendy through college, to prioritize his family over a WWF developmental contract. For 15 years, people used that decision as evidence that AJ Styles didn't have it, that killer instinct, that willingness to sacrifice everything for the business. But what if that decision is exactly why AJ Styles became phenomenal? Wrestling is full of men who gave up everything. Their families, their health, their sanity. They sacrificed it all on the altar of making it, and most of them ended up broken and forgotten. AJ Styles is 48 years old. He has 4 kids. He's been married to the same woman for 24 years. And he could walk into any ring tonight and deliver a 5-star classic with a broomstick. Maybe the secret wasn't sacrificing everything. Maybe it was knowing what not to sacrifice. So, the match is set. Royal Rumble 2026. Career versus pride. He'll probably lose. That's how these stories usually end. The legend puts over the next generation on the way out. But whether he wins or loses doesn't really matter. AJ Styles already won the only fight that mattered. The fight to be seen as what he always was. Phenomenal. There is a moment inside the Elimination Chamber that takes less time than it takes you to register what you're watching. Cody Rhodes has just hit a crossroads on Drew McIntyre, following the RKO. The reigning undisputed WWE champion is down. The interference is gone. By every rule of narrative logic, by every law of shared history, shared sacrifice, shared survival, what should happen next is that the 2 last men standing look at each other and settle this properly. But Randy Orton doesn't wait for what should happen next. The RKO lands before Cody has fully risen. The cover follows immediately. 1, 2, 3. The United Center erupts. The crowd is on its feet, and Randy Orton rises from the canvas, looking somewhere between satisfied and hollow. He looks done, like a biological transaction completed, and Cody Rhodes sits on the chamber steps, staring at nothing. The expression on his face is not the expression of a man who lost a match. It is the expression of a man who recognized something he had been told wasn't there anymore. I watched all of it live, and as Orton stood there, 45 years old, titanium hardware fused to his spine, standing in the wreckage of what he'd just done, I found myself asking the same question that has shadowed every chapter of this career. Can a person actually change? Because there are 2 versions of this story. One version says Randy Orton spent years becoming a better human being, and that RKO was simply the competitor in him seizing the only moment that mattered. The other version says the better human being was always a facade, and what we saw in Chicago was just the mask slipping. Every mythology has a version of this figure. The reformed monster, the warlord who laid down his sword, the wolf who learned to sit by the fire. And every mythology tells you the same thing about what happens next. The fire doesn't change what the wolf is. It only delays what the wolf does. So in order to answer that question, we have to go back, way back, before the championships, before the comeback, before the Viper, before the surgeries. We have to go back to the very beginning, because Randy Orton didn't become who he is by accident. He was made. Every men are shaped by their choices, but Randy Orton was already shaped before he ever got a chance to make one. Randy Orton was born into professional wrestling the way some people are born into debt. His grandfather, Bob Orton Sr., was a journeyman. His father, Cowboy Bob Orton Jr., was a main event player in the Territory era, a WWE Hall of Famer whose name still carries weight. By the time Randy was old enough to understand what his father did for a living, the industry had already shaped how he understood everything. What toughness looked like, what respect looked like, what men did and did not talk about. He has said, plainly and without deflection, that his father was a terrible role model. The anger, the volatility, the instinct to perform dominance rather than earn it, that was the inheritance, handed down right alongside the genetics and the bloodline and the name, a psychological blueprint that was already cracked before he ever set foot in a ring. By the time Randy Orton understood who he was, he had already been built by someone else's unfinished war. That blueprint followed him into the United States Marine Corps in 1998. He was 18 years old. The military is exactly the kind of institution you join when you believe discipline is supposed to come from outside yourself rather than from within. It didn't go well. He went AWOL twice. 82 days the first time, operating under the genuinely remarkable internal logic that the military would simply process his absence as a resignation. They did not. When he finally boarded a Greyhound back to base, his commanding officer told him to pick up his rifle and return to duty. He sat down in a chair and refused to move. He was court-martialed. He served 38 days in a military prison at Camp Pendleton and received a bad conduct discharge. Years later, fans online would call it a dishonorable discharge. Orton would get visibly irritated correcting them. Bad conduct discharge, not dishonorable. Fact check next time, you D-bag. The distinction mattered to him, which means the discharge still mattered to him, which means some part of that 18-year-old who sat in that chair never fully left. With every other door closed, Randy had no choice but to go back to his father. His father called WWE.
And I think what happened is I gave the military a shot, and that didn't go too well. And
I want
then
to talk about that.
yeah, and then the working midnights at the gas station, I wasn't really, that wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be.
Night shift, no
so
way.
I was
No way.
legitimate. I'm 19 and I'm like, hey dad, what do you think? Could you give somebody a call? Could I give this wrestling thing?
Vince McMahon, upon hearing the backstory, said no. It was Jim Ross, the most respected talent evaluator in the history of the industry, who went to bat for him. Ross told McMahon, everyone deserves a second chance, and this kid's ceiling is too high to hand to a rival company. WWE relented. Randy Orton had his shot. He came up through developmental alongside the next generation of the industry's biggest names, then arrived on the main roster, fast-tracked into Evolution, the most powerful stable in WWE at the time, built around Triple H, Ric Flair, and Batista. The idea was that Evolution existed to pass something down, the torch, the knowledge, the standard. And instead of that humbling him, it armored him. He was protected by the best in the business, which meant he could do almost anything and face no consequences. So he did almost anything. He destroyed property.
And he had his hands around the urinal and he yanked the entire urinal out of the wall. And I thought, I don't know if I got what it takes.
Shot fireworks at colleagues from the window of a moving vehicle.
And we're in the car, and all of a sudden Randy decides to start shooting fireworks at us. And let me just say, that was one of the scariest moments of my life.
Mocked the veterans. Harassed writers so systematically that one made it a personal policy to never shake his hand. John Cena, the ultimate professional, took one look at young Randy Orton. The company protected him every single time, because talent this rare comes with a price tag the institution was willing to pay. Ric Flair called him the best in-ring performer he had ever seen, then immediately added that Randy needed to be motivated. Triple H was more pointed. The only person who was ever going to stop Randy Orton was Randy Orton. That he was a self-destructor, that he didn't take advantage of the tools he had. That is a devastating thing to say about someone. Triple H was probably right. By 2006, the company hit a breaking point. A SmackDown taping, backstage, Orton caught smoking marijuana. WWE had just introduced its wellness policy in the wake of Eddie Guerrero's death, and the industry was under a level of scrutiny it hadn't faced in years. The drug test was the surface. The documented pattern of verbal abuse against colleagues and staff was the substance. WWE handed down a 60-day suspension and mandated 4 weeks of inpatient anger management in Atlanta, $15,000 out of pocket. He arrived planning to complete the program and leave. Something cracked instead. For the first time, he started to recognize the reputation he had built from the inside. Later that same year, he overdosed on sleeping pills, primarily Ambien, and had to be rushed to a hospital. His first wife, Samantha, found him unconscious and saved his life. WWE kept it quiet. The industry kept it quiet. This near-death experience existed as a whispered thing for years before being confirmed in his own documentary. He was 26 years old, the youngest world champion in WWE history, and he was nearly gone. But here's the thing about men who survive the versions of themselves they were never supposed to become. They don't always know what to do with the survival. They carry it like a debt they can't name, owed to someone they can't find. Randy Orton walked out of that hospital and kept going. The question this whole story turns on is whether walking out changed anything, or whether it just meant the wreckage had more time to accumulate. WWE looked at the overdose, the suspensions, the hazing, the anger management clinic. They looked at all of it and thought, this is content. The Signature Pharmacy steroid scandal broke in 2007. Sports Illustrated linked 14 WWE employees to illegal drug purchases. 10 wrestlers were suspended. Randy Orton's name was explicitly in the investigation. No suspension followed. WWE cited double jeopardy. He'd already been suspended in 2006. Records showed he kept receiving packages after that. It still didn't result in discipline. By 2012, he was on his second official wellness policy strike. Marijuana and Dianabol. One more, and the policy mandated termination. Rather than risk losing their investment, WWE quietly amended the policy to allow a strike to be erased after 18 months of clean tests. The wrestling world called it the Randy Orton rule. That is what institutions do when a person's commercial value exceeds the cost of their behavior. They build architecture around the person rather than asking the person to change. WWE did not want Randy Orton to become a better human being. They wanted Randy Orton on their television. And for over a decade, those two things pulled in opposite directions. And the institution consistently chose the television. In 2009, they put a fictional therapist and a legal team alongside Orton in the ring.
Something else is a part of me. It's called IED.
Intermittent Explosive Disorder, IED. They cited real DSM criteria, real Mayo Clinic statistics. They pathologized his actual behavior, handed it back to him as a gimmick, and he ran with it. His character's defense was that WWE had known about his condition for years and chosen to exploit it rather than treat it. In the context of everything we now know about how the company actually handled his real behavior, that promo is one of the most genuinely blurred lines between fiction and reality professional wrestling has ever produced. The in-ring character that emerged from this era, the Viper, the apex predator, demands honest examination. The Viper was not a creative team's invention. The Viper was permission. Every man carries a version of himself he has spent years keeping quiet. Most people never find out what that version is capable of. Randy Orton found out in front of 20,000 people a night, 300 nights a year. And the terrifying part, the part that made him must-watch television for half a decade, is that it never looked like performance. It simply looked like relief. Watch any match from 2009 to 2014 and pay attention to the pacing, where most wrestling of that era operated at speed, sequences accelerating toward crescendos, moves landing in rapid succession. Orton moved at something approaching geological. He would drop to the mat between moves and pound the canvas. He would stand over a prone opponent and simply look at them for a moment longer than was comfortable. When he locked in a headlock, it did not feel like a rest hold. It felt like something being extracted. He explained this directly. When a match runs at constant maximum velocity, the audience's nervous system habituates. What you get is noise, not drama. Slow the pace down, force the audience to sit in the discomfort of not knowing when the strike is coming, and the eventual explosion feels genuinely dangerous in a way that no sequence of big moves can replicate. The RKO functions entirely on this logic. Everything around it has been moving slowly, methodically. Nothing has happened quickly in several minutes. When Orton suddenly springs and the move lands in under a second, the speed is startling. It feels like an ambush. He coined the phrase "out of nowhere" until it became the move's second name. There is a specific moment from Breaking Point, 2009, that illustrates what this character actually was at its core. Orton had spent the better part of an I Quit match handcuffing John Cena to the ring post, working him over methodically with a kendo stick. At some point, Cena stopped responding. Orton stopped too. He picked up a water bottle from ringside and poured it over Cena's face. Not to stop, to revive him. An unconscious man cannot express his pain, so Orton needed Cena awake, fully present, capable of feeling every remaining second of what was coming. The act of reviving someone in order to hurt them further is not a wrestling move. It is something from a different genre entirely. The audience sat with that for a long, quiet moment before the match continued. That moment, the bottle, the water, the deliberate pause, is what the entire prime Randy Orton era was built on. The in-ring psychology was a mirror of something real. That slow, coiled, methodical stillness was what Randy Orton had spent years projecting externally while operating in complete internal chaos. The Viper on screen was cold and controlled. The person wearing the Viper's skin had a genuine short fuse, documented anger management issues, a history of explosive incidents, and a psychological interior that he described, during the height of that era, as frequently dark, gloomy, and haunting. The character was not the person. The character was the person's most dangerous impulse, refined to its purest expression, and safely caged inside the theatrical conventions of a wrestling ring. The Kofi Kingston incident in 2009 is where the seam tears in real time. Live television. Kingston missed a cue, got confused about a sequence. What followed had nothing to do with wrestling politics. It was personal.
Kingston, jaw and face!
Orton, legitimately furious, abandoned the planned finish, delivered the stiffest-looking RKO of his career. As Kingston lay on the mat, Orton leaned over and screamed, "Stupid, stupid," in front of the entire arena. Then he went backstage and complained to management with enough force that Kingston's main event push was dead on arrival. One moment of real anger buried a decade of someone else's career. That's the cost of the Viper when it bleeds into reality. It doesn't just hurt Randy Orton. It hurts whoever is nearest to him when the cage door opens. There is a specific kind of damage that builds up when you live inside your worst impulses 300 days a year for decades. It doesn't make TMZ. It shows up as a short fuse in airports, as panic attacks in hotel rooms, as nights where you pace the backyard because you literally cannot lie down. Orton called that period his darkest.
My mind would start going, and then all of a sudden I'd get hot. I'd have to get out of bed, walking around our yard, just taking deep breaths.
He had everything the industry could offer. The championship runs, the recognition, the financial security, but the inside of his life was only darkness. The schedule alone is sufficient to hollow a person out. 300 days a year on the road, 4 or 5 days a month at home, a blended family that needs you, and a character that requires you to live inside cold, controlled aggression for the entertainment of millions, perpetually, without an off switch. Because the corporation that employs you has no interest in off switches. Using your own genuine psychological pain as fuel for a fictional character is not a sustainable practice. Ask Jake the Snake Roberts. Ask New Jack. It depletes something, and the more successfully you perform it, the more completely you destroy yourself. Orton was tapping, nightly, into a real reservoir of anger he had never learned to process any other way. The character required the darkness required the character. At some point, he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. His first marriage to Samantha Spino ended in 2013. He married Kim Kessler in 2015. From everything Randy Orton has said publicly in the years since, that marriage is the dividing line of his adult life. Kim arrived during the exact moment his career, his identity, and his physical body were all beginning to fracture all at once. She wasn't the mere witness of the collapse. She held the structure up while it was happening. And then, May 2022, the injury itself was the result of 20 years of Randy Orton being Randy Orton. The RKO requires him to leap horizontally, grab his opponent's neck, and take the full combined momentum of 2 human bodies onto his lower back. He has executed that move thousands of times. Each repetition transferred kinetic force directly into his lumbar spine. He also carries hypermobility in both shoulders, the condition that gave his movements that fluid, liquid quality coaches admired, while also making his joints chronically unstable. He dislocated his shoulder taking out the trash at his own house in 2015. Following a match on SmackDown, the structural degradation at L4 and L5 reached a catastrophic failure point. Neurosurgeons told him his career was probably over. One said directly, "This is not the type of surgery professional athletes come back from." They told him to think about being present for your children. Think about your life past wrestling. He broke down in tears. He said afterward,
And it was here's my identity. This is who I am. This is the one thing I know that I'm good at and I get respect for, and I can't do it anymore. And for 6 months, I was under the impression that that was it.
Professional wrestling has a specific relationship with the body that no other performance art shares. It borrows against the future, every bump, every fall, every 1,000 RKOs taken and given. And one day, the debt comes due. In a hospital room, in the form of an MRI and a neurosurgeon who doesn't know how to soften what he's looking at. The ring had taken everything Randy Orton has to give, and then it took the one thing he never agreed to give. It is profoundly devastating to witness the collapse of someone who built their entire existence around absolute calibrated power. For 15 years, he moved through the world as the apex predator, projecting an aura of untouchable dominance. But an MRI report doesn't care about the food chain. In a single morning, the predator was stripped of his teeth and claws, reduced to a man incapable of bearing the weight of his own frame. The apex predator was a creature of total environmental control. He chose when to strike, he chose the distance, he chose the moment. The predator never got caught in the open, never showed his belly, never let anything close enough to cost him. And here he was, titanium in his spine, 40 pounds heavier, unable to strike, unable to sleep, unable to perform the one thing he had spent his entire life becoming, exposed in every direction, with no ring to retreat to, and no character to hide behind. Just a man. Which, for Randy Orton, may have been the most terrifying thing he had ever faced. He found a surgeon in Newport Beach who performed the fusion anteriorly, through the abdomen, not the back, to avoid cutting the muscle groups he would need to absorb impact ever again. Dissected like a frog, Orton said. The L4 and L5 vertebrae were fused with hardware, screws, rods, and the two became one fixed, permanent unit. He spent 18 months in rehabilitation. He packed 40 to 50 pounds of dense muscle onto his frame specifically to armor the repair. During those 18 months, severe clinical anxiety manifested as debilitating panic attacks, a phobia of flying, nights where the bedroom felt like a trap, mind racing through worst-case scenarios, body generating heat he couldn't control, the only relief found in slow circles in the dark while his family slept. He was prescribed SSRIs. He used them for years. He has said this plainly, without framing it as weakness or exception.
I didn't like the medication, but I kept taking it because I thought that, well, I need to take this because if I don't, I'm going to have panic attacks.
The medication held the floor for him when the floor would otherwise not have existed. But Kim held it before the medication could. When the old habits started coming back, the regression toward the toxic coping mechanisms of his earlier years, she saw it happening before he did, and she stopped it, decisively, with the specific competence of a person who loves someone enough to refuse to let them destroy themselves. He called her a badass. The word carries genuine weight in the way he deploys it, a statement of observable fact. He returned at Survivor Series in November 2023, unannounced, walking out as the final member of Cody Rhodes' War Games team, again in Chicago. The crowd response was the specific kind of eruption that arenas produce when they've been waiting for something without being certain it was coming. What followed over the next 2 years was a version of Randy Orton nobody in that locker room thought they'd ever see. He mentored Matt Riddle through a divorce, drawing on his own experience with the end of his first marriage. He told Javon Evans, one of the most electric young performers in the company, that he didn't need to do every dangerous thing he was capable of every single night. Every spectacular thing costs something. The bill arrives eventually. Orton knows it the way only someone who has done the math with their own body can know it. He paid his in the form of a double lumbar fusion, performed through his abdomen when he was 42 years old. He has also said, plainly and without defensiveness, that he was a dick back then, no qualifier. For a man who once did things like allegedly defecated a diva's handbag and ripping off urinals just for fun, that admission is itself an accomplishment. He said it directly, he meant it, and the locker room believed him. This is the man Cody Rhodes believed in. That matters. Because the debt between them runs deep enough that belief should have been bulletproof. A young Cody Rhodes drove Orton from town to town for 3 years during the worst stretch of his life, kept him functional when functioning was not guaranteed. Orton has said this publicly, with genuine emotion. If it wasn't for Cody, he might not be here. That's the man he RKO'd in Chicago. So we return to the chamber. February 28th, 2026. Drew McIntyre hits Cody Rhodes with the championship belt. Cody goes down. Orton coils and RKO's McIntyre. Cody hits Crossroads on Drew. The interference is gone. The chamber is down to 2. By every law of narrative logic, that is where this story settles. The 2 survivors. The reckoning the audience has been waiting for. But Orton does not wait. The RKO lands before Cody has fully risen. In under a second, the cover follows immediately. Orton exploiting an opening is, on its face, exactly what the Apex Predator has always done. The interesting thing is the speed. No hesitation. No visible conflict. 20 years of shared history, legacy, the road, the debt that runs in both directions. And none of it registered on his face. 9 months before this, they sat across from each other on a tour bus in Los Angeles. Red, white, and blue lights, Wheatley vodka, cameras rolling. And Cody said,
"You're 100%. Nothing would have happened for me without you. You took this chance on me." And
that same night, Randy was asked who he'd most want to face if he could choose anyone. He didn't blink.
Answer, I'd say you.
You. If I had to give an answer right now, it's you. Orton has told us, time and time again, there is no wasted motion. Everything in that ring happens for a reason. He doesn't just throw himself around. Every single movement is a calculation, which means the RKO on Cody Rhodes was a calculation. People call it cold, but coldness is just a lack of feeling. To do what Randy Orton did, he had to process the entire weight of their 20-year history, acknowledge exactly what Cody meant to him, and strike him down anyway. That isn't coldness. That's something far more terrifying. Orton has spent a decade shedding his old skin, building a reconstructed man that the world, and Cody Rhodes, could trust. Las Vegas is where we find out if that new skin goes all the way to the bone, or if the blood of the Viper still runs cold. He turned 46 in 2026, double lumbar fusion. Roughly 60 matches a year now, compared to 200 at his peak. The reduction was born from necessity. What it accidentally produced was a better storyteller. Less output, more precision. A masterclass in patience from someone who learned the hard way that reckless spectacle has an expiration date. He has said, plainly, that he will not be the one who decides when it ends. That decision belongs to Kim. The day she tells him he is done is the day he walks away. No argument, no negotiation.
She told me, she goes, "When it's time to hang him up, I'll let you know."
He has handed the final chapter of a 26-year career to the woman who kept him alive long enough to have one. He currently holds 14 world championships. A 15th breaks his tie with Triple H. A 16th ties Ric Flair and John Cena. WrestleMania 42, Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium. Whether he faces Drew McIntyre, Cody Rhodes, or both, the opponent is almost beside the point. The real question has never been about who stands across the ring. The real question is which Randy Orton shows up to face them. Most wrestlers pretend to be monsters when the lights come on. Randy Orton wrestled so the monster inside him could finally step into the light. And for a decade, the light suited it perfectly. That monster built 14 championships. It made arenas now has done something harder. He tells younger talent the surgical table has no favorites, that the pop isn't worth the neck, that the money disappears faster than the career. He quietly reaches out to fans, drowning in depression or being torn apart online. He talks about 2005 to 2007 without flinching and uses his own wreckage as a map so others don't have to find it themselves. His father handed him a cycle of anger and called it inheritance. Randy Orton looked at his 5 children and decided the cycle stopped with him. He built a life, a real one, with weight and roots, out of everything that nearly consumed him. Or the other one, the one who was never built, who simply always existed underneath every apology, every moment of growth, every carefully constructed act of becoming, waiting with the specific patience of something that has never needed to hurry. The chamber proved the access is still there, instantaneous, total. Randy Orton walks into that main event carrying both versions of himself, the devoted family man, and the thing that has been waiting in the dark since a 19-year-old sat in a chair at Camp Pendleton, finally ready to be unleashed. One of them is going to walk through that door in Las Vegas. So will the real Randy Orton finally stand up?
When I began my career, who's around now that was around then? Nobody. I am the one constant in the WWE. Every superstar that comes down that aisle eats at the table that I set for them. Because I don't paint my face and flail my arms like some kind of idiot. I compete all year round and don't just show up come springtime for Wrestlemania. Is that why you don't respect me? I didn't pay my dues in front of hundreds of people, and I paid my dues in front of millions and millions of people. I've won the world title 13 times. I have won them all on multiple occasions, but you still don't respect me. You can call me what you want. Apex Predator, Viper, you can even call me the Legend Killer, but the only thing you need to refer to me as is the three most destructive letters in sports entertainment, and that is RK.
There are moments in wrestling that hit harder than any finisher. Moments when the crowd stops chanting, when the lights feel too bright, when the character fades and the person beneath begins to speak. It's that rare silence in an arena when fiction melts away, when you can feel the weight behind every word, the lines blur, and suddenly you're not watching a show anymore. You're watching someone's truth. These are the wrestling promos that will make you cry. When people talk about wasted potential, one name always rises to the surface: Dolph Ziggler. He had the looks, the showmanship, the precision that made every match feel like art. He could sell pain better than anyone, make his opponents look like gods. But that gift became his curse. He made others unforgettable, and in the process, vanished himself.
It should have been me.
Year after year, he was called a workhorse, reliable, dependable, words that sound flattering until you realize they're just polite ways to say replaceable. By 2016, the cracks were showing. The feud with The Miz wasn't about belts anymore. It was survival. Every time he climbed back up, Miz found a way to drag him down again. And one night, Ziggler walked out with nothing left. No swagger, no smile. Just a man with nothing left to protect. He held the mic like it might fall from his hand and said softly,
This is all I have.
His voice trembled, the kind of tremor that only comes when words cost something.
This couple minutes a night, 300 nights a year, this is my everything. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone when they know that I live for this.
Then came the line that cracked the room open.
This is what I love, but you know what? Sometimes things you love don't always love you back.
You could feel it, the exhaustion in his eyes, the years spent trying to prove he mattered. It wasn't a promo anymore. It was a confession. The ring lights hummed faintly as he stood there, chest heaving, head bowed. For once, Dolph Ziggler didn't look like the man who sold pain. He looked like the man living it.
And you have friends and family and fans coming up to you telling you, why do you still do it? Why are you still here? Why do you subject yourself to this every night?
And in that silence, the crowd saw themselves. Every overworked, underpraised person who's ever given too much to something that gave too little. They understood him. Because that night wasn't about a match anymore. It was about a man realizing the dream he'd built might never love him back the way he loved it.
And maybe my career didn't always turn out the way I thought it would, you know? I thought it would have been better. I thought I earned something. I thought I would be a bigger star, but you know what? I just can't stop myself.
But if Ziggler's voice cracked from not being seen, Eddie Guerrero's burned from the opposite side. He had been seen, celebrated, adored, and then lost everything. Ziggler showed us the exhaustion of giving too much. Eddie showed us what it costs when you take too far and fight to climb out of the fire you set yourself. Eddie Guerrero didn't need to tell stories to make people love him. He lived them. He lied. He cheated. He stole. He danced through chaos like he couldn't be touched. Fans adored him for it because every grin hid a truth, that he was fighting something bigger than his opponents. By 2004, that fight stopped being fiction. It became survival. When he stood across from Brock Lesnar, the jokes stopped. You could feel it in the air before he spoke. Something real was coming. Lesnar taunted him about his addiction, his failures, his past.
Eddie Guerrero, I really hope you are addicted to losing.
And Eddie didn't hide. He took a breath, looked down, and said it like a man facing his reflection.
I am an addict. About 3 years ago, Holmes, they carried me straight into rehab. Through all that time, bro, through all those 3 years, not only did I wind up losing my jaw, I lost my wife, I lost my kids, and I lost myself.
The words hung in the air like smoke. The laughter, the swagger, the mischief, gone. What stood there wasn't the trickster. It was the man who'd been broken and somehow lived through it.
I disgraced my race, I disgraced my family, and I disgraced myself.
Each sentence came slower, heavier. He wasn't performing anymore. He was remembering. Then his tone changed. His breath steadied. His chest rose. You could feel the strength coming back into him.
Day by day, I have earned my life back.
He wasn't asking for forgiveness anymore. He was daring anyone to doubt him.
See, when I step into this ring, yeah, bro, I am addicted. I'm addicted to the high that I get from them. I'm addicted to the high that I get when I go home and I tell my family, hey, I'm doing it.
That line hit like thunder. Not clever, not dramatic, just real. Every scar, every bruise, every sleepless night, it all spoke louder than the mic ever could. When he beat Brock Lesnar and raised that title, it didn't feel like victory. It felt like resurrection. Not the clean kind they script, the kind you crawl toward, bloodied and gasping. That belt wasn't gold to him. It was weight. It was memory. It was everything he refused to let destroy him. And when he lifted it high, he wasn't celebrating. He was forgiving himself. Years later, every frog splash, every 3 amigo, every sly grin carries more than nostalgia. It carries his ghost. Because Eddie Guerrero didn't just win matches. He showed the world what it means for a man to die and still find a way to rise again. Eddie's story ended in light. A man who fell into the fire and came out reborn. But legacy doesn't always heal like that. For some, it lingers, waiting in the bloodline, passed from father to son like a gift wrapped in guilt. That's where Cody Rhodes stands. Not fighting his demons, but inheriting them. Cody Rhodes was born into storytelling, the son of a man whose words could move crowds to tears. The American dream, Dusty Rhodes.
I just thank God that there are people like yourself come out to see the American dream.
Dusty painted hope for the broken and gave meaning to struggle, and Cody grew up in the glow of that myth, trying to find his own light without being swallowed by it. He always had a way with words, a gift for turning pain into poetry. Cody's promos carried a kind of honesty that made the audience stop and listen.
This isn't about the dead, it's about the living. It's about the 14 years it took me to go from undesirable to goddamn deniable.
He didn't just speak, he opened himself. Whether it was leaving WWE, building a company from nothing, or coming back to finish his father's dream, he knew how to make every word feel lived in.
Yes, I cannot physically put that title belt into my father's hands. I cannot bestow it upon the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, but I certainly can put it around the waist of the American Nightmare.
By 2023, his story seemed perfect on paper. Cody versus Roman Reigns, hero versus king, the final chapter of a legacy. But that night, standing across from Paul Heyman, something shifted. Cody dropped the character, the performer faded, and the man stepped forward. He didn't talk about destiny, or revenge, or titles. He talked about gratitude.
I have an unparalleled respect for you, and I think you know why.
He spoke about the year 2000, when Dusty Rhodes was broke, humiliated, and out of work. When Paul Heyman, running a struggling ECW, gave him a booking, a paycheck, a way to keep his family alive.
ECW gave my father his confidence back, and I can never, ever repay you for that.
For a moment, the ring didn't feel like a stage anymore. It felt sacred. You could see it in Heyman's eyes, that flicker of real emotion that can't be faked. But Heyman is a craftsman of cruelty. He turned that truth into a blade.
He told me you were his favorite son, but Roman Reigns was the son he always wanted.
The air collapsed. Cody didn't blink, didn't smirk, didn't hide behind a line. The camera caught everything. The twitch in his jaw, the water in his eyes, the slow, painful realization that he was still trying to earn the approval of a man who wasn't there to see it. He didn't yell back. He didn't fire another line. He just whispered, "You just made it personal." But it wasn't rage that filled his voice. It was ache, the kind that builds over years of pretending you've moved on. That night, the match didn't matter anymore. The story cracked open, and something real came out. And for one fleeting moment, wrestling stopped being theater and became truth. Cody's silence left something heavy in the air, a reminder that even the most beloved heroes can crumble when legacy turns into a mirror. If Cody carried the burden of his father's dream, Randy Orton lived beneath the weight of his own name. Where Cody searched for love, Orton demanded respect. Both men haunted by the same truth. The business only remembers you until it doesn't. Randy Orton has been wrestling longer than some fans have been alive. Since 2002, he's moved through eras like a ghost that refuses to fade. Precision, poise, longevity, no one's matched it. And yet, his name never sits beside Hogan, Austin, or Cena. That quiet exclusion built in him like venom. Until 2018, when it finally spilled out. After tearing through Jeff Hardy on SmackDown, Orton stood in the ring, motionless. No pose, no grin, just silence. The crowd stared at him, unsure whether to cheer or fear. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold, deliberate. Not the voice of a villain, but of a man choking on the weight of being forgotten.
When I began my career, who's around now that was around then? Nobody. I am the one constant in the WWE. Every superstar that comes down that aisle eats at the table that I set for them.
It wasn't arrogance, it was resentment. The kind that festers when you give your body to something that stops loving you back. He had torn ligaments, broken bones, bled for decades, while the spotlight moved to the next new name.
Because I don't paint my face and flail my arms like some kind of idiot. I compete all year round and don't just show up come springtime for Wrestlemania. Is that why you don't respect me?
Every word carried 20 years of scars. The ring, once his throne, now felt like a cage. That night, he wasn't Randy Orton the heel. He was Randy Orton the craftsman, the survivor, furious that the world he built had left him behind. He wasn't asking for cheers, he was demanding acknowledgement.
I didn't pay my dues in front of hundreds of people, and I paid my dues in front of millions and millions of people.
He wasn't bragging, he was reminding. He had shaped eras, defined rivalries, carried the product through chaos, and somehow still stood in the shadows. That night, the Viper dropped the act. No legend killer, no apex predator, just a man staring down time itself, realizing that even legends fade faster than their scars can heal.
I've won the world title 13 times. I have won them all on multiple occasions, but you still don't respect me.
And in that stillness, Randy Orton reminded everyone watching that silence, when spoken with truth, can cut deeper than any RKO ever could. If Orton's voice was the sound of a man being forgotten, John Cena's was the sound of a man who could never escape being remembered. John Cena's career is nearing its final chapter now. Celebrated, respected, even loved. But it wasn't always that way. For years, he was the lightning rod of wrestling's divided crowd. The man everyone blamed. Too perfect, too polished, too corporate. Every arena split in two, half chanting his name, half begging him to fall. Through it all, he kept smiling, kept carrying the company on his back, pretending the weight didn't hurt. But after TLC 2009, that mask cracked. Cena had just lost the WWE Championship to Sheamus. When he walked to the ring the next night, he didn't look like a superhero. He looked human. There were no slogans, no jokes, just a man standing under the lights, trying to steady his breath.
I needed to take a second, and I wanted to apologize to anybody that I might have let down last night. This is kind of hard to understand, but sometimes you can try so hard at something. Sometimes you can be so prepared and still fail.
He paused, the crowd unsure whether to cheer or stay quiet.
That a man's character is not judged after he celebrates a victory, but by what he does when his back is against the wall.
Then he said,
"Failure has made me who I am today."
And then came the line that defined him.
You never give up. You pick yourself up. You brush yourself off. You push forward. You move on. You adapt. You overcome. That is what I believe.
The audience erupted, but Cena didn't smile. He wasn't preaching. He was convincing himself. For once, the man who carried the company wasn't the invincible face of WWE. He was tired, he was broken, but he still believed in standing up again. That night, the phrase "never give up" stopped being a catchphrase. It became a promise, a quiet vow between a man and the millions who watched him stumble and rise again.
John Cena's message helped my family. I got his wristband that he gave to me, and when my mom was having her 6-hour surgery, I gave her the wristband that I told her to never give up.
His words outlived the title, the feud, the moment. They became something passed down, written on signs, printed on shirts, tattooed on hearts. A reminder from the man who spent his career proving that strength isn't about winning, it's about enduring. Years later, those same words would echo in a different ring, a different company, through a man wrestling with his own reflection. Hangman Adam Page walked out on AEW Dynamite in October 2021. He stood there under the lights, holding a microphone that felt heavier than gold. Across from him waited Kenny Omega, his former partner, brother, rival. But Page wasn't there to sell revenge. He was there to speak truth. He talked about how he and his friends had left everything behind.
In 2019, my friends and I, we left our home in Ring of Honor, we left our home in New Japan to start All Elite Wrestling, and I was excited then.
They wanted to change the world, but somewhere along the way, the world changed them. His voice softened.
I lost to Jericho, I lost to Pac, and then it felt like I started to lose a hell of a lot more. I lost my friends, and truthfully, I lost myself.
The crowd stayed still for a heartbeat, then began chanting in unison. Page smiled faintly. The chant grew louder, almost like they were reminding him who he was. He explained that Cowboy wasn't a character, it was a mindset.
Cowboy shit was learning to let the past live in the past and accept new friends into my life.
He paused again, the crowd roaring now. Then he said,
The thing, when you fall off, you get back up, you get back on the horse, you keep riding, because to me, that is cowboy shit.
By the end, his voice cracked. He didn't hide it. He let the silence breathe before finishing.
So the promise I can make is that in Full Gear, I will give you everything. I will give you every fiber of my being. The one thing, though, that I am 100% sure about is that in Full Gear, I will give you cowboy shit.
A man finding himself again through the people who never stopped believing he could. And when Hangman finally won the AEW World Championship at Full Gear, it didn't feel like a storyline closing. It felt like a circle completing. The same message that once lifted Cena years before, finding hope through failure, now reborn in another man's voice. Because in the end, whether it's the bright lights of WWE or the raw energy of AEW, wrestling's truest moments aren't scripted. They're the pauses between words, the breaths between heartbreak and hope, where the performers stop acting and simply speak. Wrestling is supposed to be fake, scripted chaos in spandex, sold with a wink and a body slam. But sometimes that mask slips. Sometimes the script burns up in someone's hands, and what's left is just a human being with a microphone, speaking truth that cuts deeper than any worked punch ever could. These are those moments, the ones where you forget you're watching a show. In part 1, we covered promos that stripped wrestlers down to their core. Link is in the description. But wrestling has more stories to tell. So let's once again take a look at the wrestling promos that got way too real. The man ruling WWE today looks like someone who was destined to be there. Triple H stands at the center of the empire. No longer the King of Kings as a gimmick, but the king in reality. Creative decisions, championship. The entire identity of modern WWE runs through him. He's the blueprint, but it wasn't always like this. Before the suit, before the backstage power, before he became the king of this empire. He was a fallen prince walking through a punishment he didn't deserve. The shift actually began on July 25th, 1999, Sunday Night Heat, a sit-down interview with Jim Ross. It looked simple, just another segment to fill time. Triple H sat down, leaned forward, and spoke like someone done holding back.
Madison Square Garden, I walked to the ring to say goodbye to my friends. Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Shawn Michaels. Who got punished for that, JR? Me.
The words rattled because they carried everything he'd buried since that day in 1996. Madison Square Garden, the curtain call, Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Triple H. 4 men hugging in front of the crowd, breaking the line between hero and villain in the most respected arena in the business. That moment shook WWE to its core, and someone had to be punished. Nash and Hall were gone. Michaels was champion. So everything fell on the one man they knew wouldn't fight back. Triple H spent years paying for a crime the others walked away from. He lost matches he should have won. He opened shows instead of headlining. His finisher got no sold. His momentum was erased. And every night, frustration tightened in him, slow, silent, until it finally spilled out in that interview.
You know why? Because you didn't have the Nobody in the office had that to do it to anybody else. They did it to me. Why? Because I was the easy one. I was the one that would take it. Good old Triple H, he'll rise to the occasion later on. Don't worry about it. He'll come through. We can take care of that now, punish him, get rid of that. He'll come back later.
There was no character in those words, only pain. Then he delivered the sentence that split his career into 2 eras.
Well, you know what? That makes me sick in my stomach. Every time I look at you guys, it makes me sick to think what you did to me, holding me.
It was no longer a catchphrase. It landed like a decision, a shift to point where the man sitting there refused to be buried any longer. And from then on, nothing looked the same. Within a year, he held the WWE Championship. Within 2, he became the most hated, dominant heel in the industry, ruling the landscape through his infamous reign of terror. Within 10, he was next to Vince McMahon, shaping the future he once had to wait in line for. Now he sits on the throne that once seemed completely out of reach, because he forced his way into the position everyone assumed he'd never reach. Triple H turned his anger into direction, and with that one interview, he showed what happens when buried potential finally pushes back against the system. Triple H rebelled against the system only to become an eternal part of the machine. But the next microphone belonged to someone whose rebellion could never be shaped into a corporate slogan, someone the machine couldn't mold or contain. His voice didn't fade into the brand. It hung over the industry like a warning, echoing through the soul of wrestling for nearly a decade. He was the man who stood face to face with the very system Triple H would one day command, and shattered it open in front of millions with a pipe bomb. CM Punk walked out on June 27, 2011 with a weight he'd been carrying for years, but also with something else hanging over him. The kind of uncertainty that makes a man speak differently. His contract was running out, time was ticking. He wasn't locked down, he wasn't protected, and that gave his words an edge that couldn't be rehearsed. He sat at the top of the ramp, cross-legged, microphone in hand, and didn't wait for permission.
Because before I leave in 3 weeks, I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
It started like a promo, then it stopped being one. Punk wasn't using WWE language. Instead, he went straight after the structure built around Cena. The idea that WWE chose its heroes first and built their stories later.
You're as good as kissing Vince's ass as Hulk Hogan was. I don't know if you're as good as Dwayne, though. He's a pretty good ass kisser.
Punk talked about being the best in the world while being treated like he didn't matter. And then he stepped over a line very few dared to approach on live WWE programming.
That's right, I'm a Paul Heyman guy. I'm leaving with the WWE Championship on July 17th, and who knows, maybe I'll go defend it in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Maybe I'll go back to Ring of Honor.
He started naming the world outside the bubble. Ring of Honor, New Japan, Colt Cabana, Paul Heyman. Names WWE kept off the air. Every one of them made the moment feel less like a segment and more like a breach. He dragged Vince McMahon's family into it with the same blunt tone.
Company will be better after Vince McMahon's dead, but the fact is, it's gonna get taken over by his idiotic daughter and his doofus son-in-law and the rest of his stupid family.
He questioned the idea of the brass ring. He hit the fans for loving a product that often ignored them. His words didn't seem to be part of the show anymore. It turned into a confession, and the impact hit instantly. WWE was dying, fans were drifting, storylines felt stuck. The product wasn't exciting the way it used to be, but Punk's voice snapped people back. Suddenly, wrestling was unpredictable again. Suddenly, wrestling felt alive. It didn't stop with fans either. Punk became a signal for wrestlers who felt overlooked. A signal for workers told to be grateful instead of ambitious. A signal for anyone who felt choked by the system Vince built. People didn't just watch him, they followed his example. Cody Rhodes would eventually walk away from WWE and rebuild himself across the independents, a journey fueled by the same fire Punk lit that night.
I'm reminded from that last match about a man who once sat on a stage just like that, and he gave one of the most important addresses in the history of our sport. It inspired thousands of would-be wrestlers. It was the first hint of a revolution. I am talking about CM Punk and the pipe bomb.
Punk challenged the system and inspired an entire generation to question it. His voice didn't disappear, it lingered. It hung over WWE for years in every CM Punk chant long after even his shadow disappeared. His name became a war cry for rebellion, and will live in wrestling folklore for generations to come. But long before Punk cracked the fourth wall open, another man had already shown what happens when you stop pretending and let the truth spill out. A man whose pain wasn't rebellious, but raw enough to shake an entire locker room to its core. A father, exhausted and furious, holding a mic in one hand, and the chilling tragedy of his life in the other. Before the voice of the voiceless, there was Mick Foley, and the night he told the world about a little boy named Dewey. My goal on this channel is simple. To remind people why we fell in love with wrestling in the first place. If you believe wrestling is more than storylines and titles, that it's emotion, rebellion, and legacy, then hit subscribe, and let's keep this fire alive together. 1995, Extreme Championship Wrestling. The land where the word hardcore was a religion, and Cactus Jack was one of its prophets. The fans worshipped him, chanted his name, begged him to destroy himself for their entertainment. He did, every night. Barbed wire, concrete floors, fire, whatever it took to hear them roar. Then came the night Terry Funk carved him open with a broken bottle. Glass ripping skin, blood pouring, pain so sharp it blurred the edges of reality. Cactus lifted his head, searching the crowd for something to hold on to, and saw a sign, Kane Dewey, Dewey Foley was 3 years old. Someone in that arena thought it was funny to make a sign asking a father to beat his own child with a Singapore cane. For a second, everything went quiet. The bleeding didn't matter. The cuts didn't matter. Only that sign. A week later, Mick Foley came out with a microphone, and nothing about him felt like a character anymore.
I'm gonna take you back to a very deciding point in my life.
Do you remember the night, Tommy Dreamer? Because it's embedded in my skull, it's embedded in my heart, and it's embedded in every nightmare that I will ever have again.
His voice shook, not from the wounds on his body, but from something deeper.
As Terry Funk took a bottle and began slicing and dicing Cactus Jack, the pain was so much, Tommy, that I'll be honest with you, I wanted to say, I quit Terry Funk, I give, I wave the flag and I'm a coward, please don't cut me anymore.
He stopped, breathing through the hurt.
When I saw my saving grace, you see, Tommy, I looked out into that audience, my adoring crowd, and I saw two simple words that changed my life. Kane, Dewey.
Then came the line that cracked the ECW arena in half.
I saw other people around as every moment in my life stopped and focused in on that sign, and the pain that shot through my body became a distant memory, replaced by the pain that will be embedded in my skull till my dying day.
This wasn't wrestling anymore. This was a man trying not to fall apart.
Kane Dewey. Kane Dewey. Dewey Foley is a 3-year-old boy. You sick sons of bitches!
There was no Cactus Jack in that voice. No character. Just Mick Foley, the father whose world had been crossed in the ugliest way possible. The moment wasn't about turning heel. It was about a man realizing the line between performance and real life had been shattered. Years later, Foley would become WWE champion. He'd give fans the highest rated segment in Raw history. He'd make millions laugh. But this moment, this promo, was where he finally drew a boundary, where he said the violence they loved had a cost. Kane Dewey was a breaking point, and it was wrestling at its most pure and raw form. Mick Foley's pain came from the same place every real, unfiltered promo is born. That slow, bitter realization that you can pour your blood, your heart, your family, your entire life into this business, and still feel like the people watching never truly see you. Foley cracked in front of a crowd that wanted more than he had left to give. And in that break, he showed what it looks like when sacrifice goes unnoticed. Decades later, another man would feel that same sting. Not from barbed wire tearing into his skin, but from years of being treated like he didn't belong. He wasn't asked to bleed for the fans. He was asked to prove himself again and again and again, every night, every match, every step. A man who never missed a show, never missed a day, never stopped grinding, yet still fought for respect from people who refused to see his worth.
Working here. Not you and not you. I am sick of not getting the respect I deserve. Your shirt says respect, earn it. I've earned it for 12 damn years. Where is my moment?
And on August 28th, 2016, on a small post show called Talking Smack, that pressure finally burst. The night when the man, everyone dismissed as a reality TV outsider, finally earned the respect of the entire wrestling world. Talking Smack, a quiet post-show segment on the WWE Network. Daniel Bryan, retired and serving as general manager, sat beside Renee Young. The Miz walked out after retaining the Intercontinental Championship. Bryan threw a jab, called Miz a coward, said he wrestled too safe. It sounded like a small insult, something tossed out without thought, but it hit deeper than Bryan expected.
There's no gentle way to say it. To me, you wrestle like a coward. You wrestle like somebody who's afraid to get hit.
Miz went quiet, eyes locked. Calculating he could have brushed it off, stayed in character, played it like a heel would. But Bryan's words came from someone who couldn't wrestle anymore, and that made them sting differently.
But let's talk about cowards for 1 second. The reason I wrestle the way I wrestle is because I can do it day in and day out, all the time for 10 plus years. I have never in my career ever have been injured. I don't get injured for 6 months to a year. I am here each and every week.
Miz had been hated not for his heat, but because people thought he didn't belong. He came from the real world, not the independents. He was treated like an outsider, someone who hadn't earned the right to be there.
The coward. Wait, let me tell you about a coward. Let me tell you about a guy who tells his WWE fans, the people that he loves, that he will be back. I promise you, I will be back in 1 year's time. But you didn't, Daniel, did you? But I'm the coward.
It wasn't a shot at Bryan's injury. It was Miz defending the one thing he knew he had: durability in a business that destroys bodies. The Intercontinental Championship, a belt fans ignored for years, suddenly felt alive again, because Miz made it more than a prop. He made it a symbol of everything he'd fought for.
I'm the one here, day in and day out, in that wrestling ring, beating people up.
It stopped sounding like an argument. It became the truth behind every dream. The grind nobody sees, the cost nobody thinks about. For years, people laughed at The Miz, called him soft, called him unworthy. But in 6 minutes of unscripted fury, he showed the world Mike Mizanin, the man behind the character, the one who carried the work, the travel, the grind, without asking for anything back. When the noise settled, the camera stayed on Daniel Bryan, silent, staring forward, and the weight of what he triggered hung in the air. Daniel Bryan watched Miz with the frustration of someone who wanted to be in the ring but couldn't. His retirement was a wound that never fully healed. A year earlier, he stood in front of a crowd in Seattle and let go of the one thing that defined him. He didn't surrender because he wanted to. He surrendered because his body demanded it. He said it through tears he tried to swallow.
I have loved this in a way that I have never loved anything else.
The words didn't sound like performance. They came from a man in real pain. The concussion tests, the blurred vision, the warnings from doctors. Every detail sat inside that moment. A career built on fighting from underneath had reached a wall he wasn't allowed to climb. Under the grief was something steady, resolve. Daniel remembers Seattle. The crowd turned the arena into a heartbeat. Fists raised, voices refusing to let the moment pass. His father was watching him for the final time. That roar became the last gift they shared.
This is maniacal! The WWE Universe is going wild!
And that was the last time my dad ever got to see me wrestle. And you guys made it special.
He wasn't done. Gratitude had become a cover.
But today, when I woke up this morning, I felt nothing but gratitude. I have gotten to do what I love for nearly 16 years.
The real version of him still wanted to fight.
And if you fight for your dreams will fight for you!
2 years later, when he was finally cleared, Bryan didn't sprint to the ring. He walked, slow, careful, like someone stepping back into a world he thought he lost. Every step carried months of quiet fear that he'd already lived his last match. The crowd erupted. Bryan's eyes filled again, but this time, the tears came from what he regained. His return showed how fragile the profession can be, how fast it can vanish, and how difficult it is to face when the body stops cooperating. And the next man to face that truth didn't get a return. He got a reality he couldn't outrun. April 4th, 2025, SmackDown. Kevin Owens walked to the ring wearing a Bret Hart hoodie. Nick Aldis opened the segment with a sentence that froze the building. There's a fine line between injuries you return from in a week and injuries that end careers. Kevin took the microphone, his voice steady, almost too steady.
I've been doing this for 25 years. For those 25 years, I really gave everything I had every time I stepped foot in this ring. I've had the chance to take care of my family in a way that I could have only dreamed of. There's a price to pay for that amazing opportunity.
The crowd fell silent, waiting, hoping it wasn't what it sounded like.
The truth is, I don't know when I'll have the privilege to be in front of you guys again.
He paused to breathe, nothing more.
I want to say thank you, and I'm sorry, guys. Thank you.
That was all he said. No farewell, no speech, no attempt to frame his legacy. Just a man who loved wrestling for 25 years, acknowledging that his body might not let him continue. In August, Kevin confirmed the surgery was done. One-level fusion, the best he could have hoped for. But even then, nothing was certain. Kevin Owens faced the truth no wrestler wants to hear. The truth that your body can fail without warning. That one scan, one test, one conversation can stop everything you built. But when the next man stepped out of the ring, what waited for him wasn't a schedule of rehab or a countdown to his next match. It was a fight for his life. The man the crowd spent years hating for being indestructible in the ring found out that even his body wasn't immortal. October 22nd, 2018. Monday Night Raw. Roman Reigns walked to the ring as Universal Champion. and the boos were already waiting for him. Thick, loud, familiar. The crowd had spent years tearing him down, rejecting every push, every main event, every victory. Roman walked through all of it before he even picked up the microphone. He didn't give them the promo they expected.
My real name is Joe, and I've been living with leukemia for 11 years, and unfortunately it's back.
The arena dropped into silence. Roman Reigns, the figure built as an unstoppable force, stood there as a man carrying something heavier than any match. He wasn't asking for support. He was explaining the road ahead, the surgery, the treatment, the time he needed, and why the title had to leave his hands for something far more important. Months later, he returned.
I'm in remission, y'all.
And the ovation hit like a wave, louder than the years of boos, because for the first time, the reaction wasn't about the character, or the booking, or the era. It was for the man who survived something beyond the ring. Roman's announcement reminded everyone that even the strongest figures in wrestling can be pulled out of the spotlight without warning. No storyline, no build-up, just truth cutting through the show. And years before that moment, another man walked into a storm of truth he created himself, and chose to step deeper into it. August 15th, 2005, Montreal, a city that never forgot. 8 years earlier, Shawn Michaels stood at the center of the Montreal Screwjob, the night Bret Hart was betrayed in his own home. Now WWE returned to Montreal. The arena was baptized in nostalgia when Bret's music hit. But it wasn't Bret who stepped onto that stage. It was Shawn Michaels. 8 years had passed, but the hatred hadn't dimmed. The boos rained like fire, and Shawn, of course, was the model citizen. The heartthrob, the humble, God-fearing man, world famous for his apologetic nature.
I did not sleep with that young intern. As a matter of fact, I was up all night.
He could have avoided the past, but he walked straight into it.
Who's your daddy, Montreal?
The boos hit instantly. Shawn leaned into them. He mocked the Canadian anthem.
Oh, Canada, how I hate this place.
Then he dropped the performance and cut straight to the wound. Survivor Series 1997. I handed Canada's own Bret the Hitman Hart his most miserable defeat. The crowd erupted with "You screwed Bret" chants. Shawn smiled, real, sharp. I screwed Bret, I did it once and I'd do it again. Bret's music hit, the arena exploded. Shawn turned like he expected him, but no Bret. Shawn played the music himself, a fake out.
Got your hopes up just a little bit, didn't I?
He did the same with Hogan's theme, twice, controlling the room without lifting a finger. This wasn't about Hogan, it wasn't about a match. It was Shawn Michaels standing in front of a city that despised him, refusing to explain, refusing to bend, owning every part of the villain they believed him to be. Shawn stood in Montreal soaking in hate like it was oxygen. Proof that a wrestler can change, yet still never escape the version the crowd remembers. But some battles don't come from the audience at all. Some battles happen when the lights go out. The final mic belonged to a man who could make every arena feel alive, and still walk backstage feeling empty. A man who created nightmares for the world, while his own world slipped further away each night. A man who created worlds for everyone else, while losing his own in the process. Extreme Rules. 2022. The arena lights dropped into darkness. A full year of QR codes, clues, whispers, and symbols pointed to this moment. Bray Wyatt stepped through the doorway with a lantern in his hand. Next SmackDown. When he lifted the microphone, everyone expected the monster, the riddles, the stories. What they heard was Wyndham Rotunda, voice unsteady, walls gone.
I'm incredibly grateful, and I'm really, really nervous to be here, but I never thought this would happen.
He didn't hide behind a mask. He didn't shift into a character. He spoke like a man who had been lost for too long.
This past year in my life, I lost a lot of things. I lost my career. I lost my self-confidence. I lost two people who were very, very close to me. I lost my way. I thought that everything that I'd ever done here, otherwise, I thought it was all meaningless. Nothing I ever did has mattered to anyone.
Each word felt like something pulled straight out of him. Not scripted, not planned. Then the crowd roared his name, louder than anything he could have prepared for.
I was wrong. I can sit here right now today and I can look all of you in the eyes and I can say that you were there when I was weak, when I was vulnerable, when I was down. So I just wanted to say thank you. You all saved my life.
The man who built monsters was showing the weight he carried when the lights went off. The battle he fought away from cameras, the one he couldn't control, the one he couldn't write an ending for. Months later, he was gone, 36 years old. That return became a final message. Gratitude, pain, love, and a glimpse of the man behind every creation he ever gave the world. Bray Wyatt didn't break the script with anger. He broke it with honesty. He showed a heart wrestling rarely allows, and left behind with a moment that will live in every wrestling fan's heart.
All of you can feel the spirit of Bray Wyatt in this building.
Sometimes the most scripted world becomes the most real. And when it does, we lean in. We hold the moment, because these confessions tell us why this art form matters. He sold rebellion like religion. He turned misfits into martyrs. He made villains feel like anti-heroes and monsters look like messiahs. And for over 40 years, he stood at the center of every storm wrestling tried to survive. Mic in one hand, chaos in the other. Wrestling has seen great managers before, but there's never been anyone like him. He was a voice that could turn silence into violence, the mind that gave birth to hardcore revolution, the mouthpiece that forged Brock Lesnar into a weapon of mass destruction, the whisper behind Roman Reigns' history-making tyranny, the architect of Punk's pipe bomb, the prophet of Seth Rollins' vision. From bingo halls in Philadelphia to the thrones of Wrestlemania, he didn't have to follow the power because he commanded it, one gospel at a time. He survived when his companies died. He thrived when others were buried. When Vince needed a savior, he answered. When Punk was being fired, he protected him. When Roman needed a wise man, he obeyed. When Brock needed an advocate, he led. No matter the era, no matter who ruled, Paul Heyman always found a seat next to the crown. But that's only one side of the story. Because behind every alliance he forged was a betrayal waiting to happen. Behind every Paul Heyman guy were countless lives shattered in silence. And behind every truth he spoke was a hidden lie too disturbing to say out loud. This is the story of manipulation disguised as genius. Loyalty sold in exchange for the greed. And the blood spilled by the very people who trusted him the most. This is the dark side of Paul Heyman. Before he was the voice behind conquerors or the shadow behind gods, Paul Heyman was just a loudmouth kid from the Bronx with a camera, a fake press pass, and the kind of ambition that never asked for permission. His mother survived Auschwitz. His father fought in World War II and came home to become a lawyer. Their house held the weight of survival and the silence that comes with it. But Paul wasn't built for silence. He wanted noise. He wanted to matter. He wanted to be seen. At 14, he was backstage at Madison Square Garden, snapping photos like he belonged there. He mailed newsletters across state lines, edited them in his room, and talked his way into locker rooms with a camera and a lie. Wrestlers twice his age shook his hand because he didn't flinch, because they saw a kid who walked like he already owned the place. At 19, he was working events at Studio 54, booking wrestlers into a world of cocaine, neon, and velvet curtains. He wasn't trained, he wasn't licensed, he wasn't supposed to be there, but he was. He booked Bam Bam Bigelow before the world knew his name. Even Dusty Rhodes showed up for him. That club was a rotating door of gods and ghosts. And somehow, in all that smoke, Paul was the one making calls. In January 1987, he debuted on screen as Paul E. Dangerously, a loud, arrogant yuppie with a cell phone the size of a brick and a voice like a razor blade. In Florida, he managed Kevin Sullivan and Oliver Humperdinck. In Memphis, he aligned with Austin Idol and Tommy Rich against Jerry Lawler. In the AWA, he brought in the original Midnight Express to keep the war going. Everywhere he went, he was chasing heat. He wanted the booze. He wanted to control the room without throwing a punch. He studied under Eddie Gilbert in Alabama and started booking in the shadows. In Windy City Wrestling, he worked the pencil. In his mind, everything was a story waiting to be rewritten. His vision was fed by urgency. If the crowd didn't react, change the rhythm. If the story felt flat, break the rules. If someone told him no, make them regret it. In 1988, WCW brought him in. He managed the original Midnight Express against Jim Cornette's more famous version. By 1991, he was running his own faction, the Dangerous Alliance. Rick Rude, Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton, Larry Zbyszko, and a young technician named Steve Austin. Rude took the US title. Arn and Eaton held tag gold. Austin watched everything and absorbed it. Paul gave the orders. He stood ringside like a general with too much caffeine and too many secrets. He had influence, but he never held it gently. Backstage, he clashed with executives. He argued over finishes. He tore through booking meetings like they were personal attacks. Bill Watts hated him. Paul didn't hide it. The tension boiled until it broke. In 1993, they fired him. His reaction was classic Heyman. Lawsuit. He claimed discrimination. He claimed breach. The case got quiet and Paul got paid. It was a cesspool. Most disappeared, but he didn't. He went underground, kept building, kept moving. There was no time for bitterness, only blueprints. He looked at every failed company, every burned bridge, and saw kindling. He was a man driven for something great, something revolutionary, and revolution was waiting in Philadelphia. Paul Heyman held the gasoline, and he was about to burn the world of wrestling in hardcore style. He walked into Philly like it owed him something. No budget, no cable deal, no plan beyond chaos. What Paul Heyman found was a carcass, a territory with a dying name, Eastern Championship Wrestling, stuck between the bones of tradition and the rot of irrelevance. He took it anyway. Eddie Gilbert left. Todd Gordon stepped back. Paul took the book. And in a bingo hall off Swanson and Rittner, under flickering lights and cheap beer breath, he started a movement. The building shook like it was alive. There were no chants, only screams, not for heroes, not for pageantry, for blood, for pain, for war. Paul became a prophet, and he gave them gladiators with broken teeth and nothing to lose. Sabu crashing through tables, like his bones didn't matter. Sandman bleeding before the match even started. Terry Funk, older than the ring ropes, throwing chairs like they were spears. Paul stood in the back, headset on, heart racing. It wasn't polished, it wasn't clean, it was ugly, but it was real, or at least it felt more real than wrestling had ever dared to be. In August 1994, he killed the past. Paul pulled the trigger. The National Wrestling Alliance collapsed in real time, and the fans roared like they'd watched a statue fall. That night, Eastern Championship Wrestling became extreme, not just in name, but in essence. ECW didn't run shows. It summoned riots. Paul shattered the limits of the ring. He let misfits find their voice. He let broken men keep fighting. And when the lights dimmed, when the locker room doubted themselves, Paul found them, face to face, one-on-one. Talk like you mean it, bleed like it matters, walk through the curtain like no one can follow you. He paid them in belief, but the problem was, that was all he paid them with. Because the money never matched the sacrifice. ECW was a religion, running on bounced checks. Wrestlers waited months for envelopes that came empty. Pay-per-view deal would save them, that the TNN show would fix it, that Vince would buy in. He told them they were changing the business, and they were, but they were also starving for it. Dreamer didn't walk away. Taz stayed long enough to lose his title on the way out. RVD wrestled hurt because there was nowhere else that wanted what he offered. They all stayed because Paul made them believe they mattered. And when he vanished in the final months, they stayed anyway, hoping he'd walk back through the door, but he never did. In the end, ECW wasn't murdered. It decayed. One cable deal too late, one check short. The locker room watched the lights go out and wondered if any of it had been real. Some blamed Paul, quietly at first, then louder. They remembered the lies, the taped promos about revolution, while backstage, they couldn't afford Bret. The way he promised the company was safe while cutting secret deals with WWE to survive. The bitterness came slow, like infection. He wasn't there for the final bell. He was already behind a WWE commentary desk, grinning like nothing had happened. Raven called it betrayal. Tommy Dreamer, broken in ways he never said out loud, once admitted he nearly ended his own life when ECW closed. He said Paul was like a father, said the silence hurt more than the death, but others still thanked him, because for a few years, in a forgotten corner of Philadelphia, they were myths, broken bodies, bruised minds, but gods. And Paul Heyman stood at the pulpit, holding the book, turning pain into prophecy. ECW was never built to last. It was built to burn. And the spark of that hardcore revolution didn't die in Philadelphia's emptied halls. It lives in every fan who still chants ECW when a table breaks or blood hits the mat. It lives because Paul Heyman lit the fire and walked away before it turned to ash. Paul Heyman's legacy is cemented by the chaos he orchestrated and the empires he manipulated. His name is etched into wrestling history as the father of ECW, the voice who turned Brock Lesnar into a beast, who gave Roman Reigns his God mode, and who whispered rebellion into CM Punk's ears. The industry remembers him for what worked, the accolades, the revolution, the careers he helped shape. But that's only what the camera showed. Because to understand the real Paul Heyman, you have to step behind the curtain and into the aftermath. You have to hear Tommy Dreamer's voice crack when he talks about nearly ending his own life after ECW folded. You have to wrestle in front of a screaming crowd on a concrete floor with no food in your gut and no paycheck in your pocket. You have to visit the graves of wrestlers who never made it out of the ECW war zone. Men whose shattered bodies never healed because the paycheck never arrived. Who bled for a revolution that gave them scars instead of stability. Who died waiting for the envelope to come. Heyman told them they were building something historic, that they were chosen, that the world would never forget them. And for a time, it was true. But when the roof finally cracked and caved in, Heyman didn't try to hold it up. He didn't send warnings. He didn't apologize. He vanished. ECW filed for bankruptcy in April 2001. The debts were massive. The lawsuits started piling up. The wrestlers were the last to know. They had been promised pay-per-view money, syndication deals, a future. Instead, they got bounce checks and radio silence. For months, Heyman had kept up the charade, telling talent things were fine, even as he was secretly negotiating his way into WWE. Top stars like RVD and Dreamer were owed hundreds of thousands that were never paid. Then, one night, he showed up on Raw with a headset, laughing on commentary beside Jim Ross while ECW bled out behind him. For many in that locker room, it was the ultimate betrayal. Balls Mahoney never forgave him. New Jack accused him of abandoning his own soldiers. Sabu, who broke every bone in his body for ECW, died in 2025 after years of battling chronic injuries and painkiller addiction. And it was clear that his descent began in those Philly halls Heyman filled with fire and false hope, shame room divisions to maintain control, and leaking false narratives to the press to cover financial collapse. But the truth is, Heyman lied until the doors were locked behind him. Even his business partner Todd Gordon later admitted that Paul was funneling trust away from others just to build his own image. And yet, Heyman never publicly owned the collapse. He played the role of a visionary, of martyr, of a misunderstood genius. He brushed off accusations in interviews with jokes or vague platitudes about the harsh reality of the wrestling business. He never sat down and said, "I failed them." In the years that followed, he didn't disappear. He stayed close to power. When WWE brought him back, it wasn't because of his ethics. It was because Paul Heyman knows how to sell a moment. He can make anyone feel like a deity, as long as they let him write the scripture. Brock, Punk, Roman, Seth, the list goes on. Each one a different chapter in the Paul Heyman saga, but his on-screen persona is a mirror of real life. Always the snake, manipulation disguised as mentorship, power disguised as loyalty, and when they outlived their usefulness, he moved on. Heyman is without a doubt the greatest mind this business has ever seen. Even after his countless accolades and a Hall of Fame career, in many ways, he was never utilized to his full potential. Every man he stood behind turned from a ghost to a god. So imagine what he could have done with full creative control. But every time he was handed that control, his darkness slipped under the mask. Like his time as SmackDown head writer from 2002 to 2003. He turned SmackDown into the wrestling fans' brand. The SmackDown 6 era delivered unmatched in-ring quality. Angle, Benoit, Los Guerreros, Edge, and the second greatest luchador of all time tore the house down weekly. But Heyman clashed constantly with Stephanie McMahon backstage over creative, booking decisions, power. Stephanie pushed for more entertainment-heavy segments. Heyman wanted realism, grit, and athleticism. The tension escalated until he was quietly removed. In 2006, during the ECW reboot, he once again fought for creative control. He wanted CM Punk to win the Elimination Chamber. He wanted Sabu to headline. He wanted to protect the soul of what ECW was. Vince overruled every decision. Big Show was crowned instead. The crowd rejected it. The show bombed. Heyman cursed Vince out on the flight home. By morning, he was sent home and never returned to the watered-down shell of what ECW became. Even in 2019, when Paul was made director of Raw, the pattern repeated. He tried pushing new names. He wrote with edge, grit, gave people chances the system didn't believe in. But his vision clashed with WWE's corporate tone. Too raw, too real, too Paul. Within a year, he was shown the door again. And when he returned, he did it the only way he knew how, like a serpent sliding into power unnoticed. It started with a camera pan and a smirk. Roman Reigns sat in the corner of the screen like a king waiting for judgment, and next to him, head bowed, sat Paul Heyman. Roman Reigns, once the corporate poster boy turned public enemy, returned as something colder, sharper, a tribal chief with blood in his eyes, and Paul Heyman became the voice of that tyranny, the ghost behind the throne, the wise man whispering war. And what followed wasn't just dominance, it was a rewritten history book playing out in real time. Reigns, once booed to oblivion, became the one the world was forced to acknowledge. And Paul Heyman stood beside him every step, reading statements, managing logistics, conducting negotiations. But what he was really managing was fear. The bloodline feared Roman. Roman feared weakness. And Paul Heyman feared irrelevance. So he stayed loyal to the monster he helped build. Challengers came and fell. Each one landed on the island of irrelevancy. And behind every narrow escape, every stolen finish, every dramatic false ending, there were Paul Heyman's fingerprints. He clutched the title, whispered strategy, sent backstage messages, made threats in Roman's name, controlled outcomes with a smile and a whisper.
The head of the table, the tribal chief, in God mode himself!
And in April 2024, the legacy was cemented. Paul Heyman was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame by Roman Reigns himself. And up until the moment Roman finally fell at WrestleMania 40, the story they told mattered. It brought lapsed fans back, filled stadiums, made wrestling feel dangerous again. And none of that would have been possible without the genius of the wise man, Paul Heyman. But the Heyman story doesn't end there. There's still a chapter to be written, one that could reshape WWE in the vision of the man who calls himself the Visionary. And standing beside him isn't a rookie or a project. It's the man who once made wrestling scream, WrestleMania 41 was only the beginning. Money in the Bank is just the interval. The epilogue, that could echo for decades. Something seismic is coming. Something that might rival the dominance of Lesnar, the venom of Punk's pipe bomb, or the empire that Roman ruled like a tyrant god. Because that's what Paul Heyman does. He doesn't wear tights. He doesn't throw punches. He doesn't chase titles. Paul Heyman chases history. And when he finds it, he rewrites it in his voice. He's not Vince McMahon. But look closely. The shadows cast by both men fall the same way. Two visionaries, two manipulators, two architects of empires who left bodies in their blueprints. Vince built kingdoms through control. Paul built chaos and sold it as scripture. Heyman sold rebellion until it no longer served him. Sold brotherhood until it splintered. Sold loyalty until someone else offered more. He gave the world ECW and vanished when it died. He unleashed the beast inside Lesnar and left him bleeding. He lit a fire under Punk and then smothered it when it burned too hot. He crowned Roman Reigns, the head of the table, and watched the weight of the crown break his neck. And now, he stands beside Seth Rollins, the architect, the visionary, a man broken by cheers, poisoned by neglect, armed with a briefcase, and hungry to shatter everything the system built. And at his side is Paul Heyman, not just whispering, but orchestrating. It's a rerun of Heyman's oldest play. Every era he touched, he warped. Every star he touched, he scarred. He turned dreams into bargaining chips. He turned loyalty into leverage. He turned belief into business. And when it all came crashing down, when the ECW checks bounced, when the SmackDown booking room froze him out, when Vince tore up his creative scripts, when Punk walked, when Roman cracked, when Seth burns it all to the ground, Heyman will still be standing. Not in the rubble, not in the spotlight, in the shadows, holding the lighter, because that's who he is. He gave wrestling its most sacred revolutions, and then cashed out before the final chapter. The fans chant his name. The company immortalizes him. The history books praise him. But the men he left behind, they remember the debt. They remember the betrayal. They remember the silence when they needed him most. Because when the crowd fades, when the lights go dark, when the stories are done spinning, there's only the echo, and the echo still says his name.
My name is Heyman.
What makes a good wrestler great? Is it mastering the ring, dragging classics out of rookies and legends alike? Or is it the mic, turning words into weapons, promos into poetry, whether face or heel, truth or lie? Maybe it's the character work, the power to wear 1,000 faces, to tell stories that hit you right in the gut, to evolve, vanish, and return sharper than ever. Or is it something even rarer, surviving eras, thriving through shifting tides, etching your name into time, and still standing tall when others fade into memory? Only a rare few ever master it all. Macho Man Randy Savage, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Chris Jericho, the Dead Man, the Heartbreak Kid, masters of every craft, carved into legend. But none of them still walk that line today. Except one, still fighting, still spitting venom, still evolving, still unshaken, still at top of his game.
Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Even though the throne was never made for men like him, he wasn't born into greatness. He built it, brick by bitter brick, through torn ligaments, through betrayals, through nights drowned in silence. While others posed for posters, he wrestled through painkillers. While part-timers headlined, he bled in half-empty arenas that history forgot. He carried the company through its coldest winters and was met with shrugs. He broke records no one recalls, tore muscles that never healed, sacrificed friendships, trust, his own body, and still, they crowned someone else. And somewhere between the cheers meant for others, and the ice melting down his spine, he saw the truth. Martyrs don't wear crowns, but monsters do. The crown was always reserved for the bloodlines, handed to the chosen, guarded by suits and fake smiles. But what happens when the architect of their empire decides to burn it all down? He took the knife and stabbed their king. He stopped asking for the spotlight and became the fire. He shook hands with devils, turned laughter into mockery, turned hate into art. If they wouldn't praise him as their savior, they'd remember him as their reckoning. This is the story of the man who built the throne, then set it ablaze, the man who committed the ultimate sin of betrayal, and now, in the fire of redemption, he's ready to burn it all down. The man they never respected, but will now fear. This is the story of a visionary, a revolutionary. This is the story of Seth freaking Rollins. Seth Rollins didn't arrive in WWE wielding a sword. He came as a shield. November 18th, 2012. Survivor Series. CM Punk was defending his title against John Cena and Ryback, and just when Ryback's victory felt inevitable, 3 shadows in black swarmed the ring like wolves with orders to kill. They mauled Ryback, powerbombed him through the announce table, and introduced themselves to the world. The Shield had arrived, and from that moment on, the landscape of WWE shifted forever. Week after week, night after night, they came, they saw, they conquered, and they left wreckage behind. Cena, Orton, Bryan, Undertaker, nobody was untouchable. Not legends, not management, not even the ones who created them. When their music hit, the air changed. You knew something real was about to go down. WWE had seen factions before, but nothing like this. This was the PG era. Characters were cartoonish. Promos were sanitized. Segments were scripted into safety. But the Shield, they arrived as a purge. They felt dangerous, real, uncontrolled. Their violence didn't feel rehearsed. It felt necessary. Their promos weren't glossy. They were confessions before war. Their gear wasn't flashy. It was armor. They didn't walk the ramp. No lights, no pyro. Just 3 men rising from the crowd, like assassins sent to end the lie. They weren't here to be superstars. They were here to deliver justice by any means necessary. Each member brought something essential, Seth Rollins was the mind, the architect, cold, calculated, a master technician who made chaos look deliberate. Dean Ambrose was the storm, raw, unhinged, the kind of man who'd throw himself into fire just to watch it burn. Roman Reigns was the power, the silent executioner, the guillotine. When he struck, it was final. Individually, they weren't ready, not polished enough to stand alone with the greats, but they never fought alone. They moved like one body, fought in perfect unison. They didn't compete, they overwhelmed, outnumbering, suffocating, dismantling, like a war machine that never ran out of fuel. But what made them unforgettable wasn't just the dominance, it was the bond.
We pull out secret weapons. Nobody's ever seen the double-triple powerbomb, baby.
I thought we were gonna call it the triple-double.
The regular one is a triple powerbomb.
Like a Big Mac.
We put two people up. It's a double-triple powerbomb!
They weren't three men thrown together. They were brothers. You could see it in how they celebrated each other's wins, how they panicked when one was hurt, how they carried each other after matches. It didn't feel scripted, because it wasn't. It was real. Anyone who knows wrestling knows the truth. WWE's locker room isn't a family, it's a battlefield. A constant war for position, for airtime, for survival. It's jealousy, politics, pressure. And when three unknowns walked in and got handed the podium others had clawed for, it didn't sit right. Backstage, the hate came fast. So did the games. Jon Moxley, Ambrose, wrote about it in his autobiography. Seth told me another story once about some guys who obviously didn't like him, trying to get him to drink with them. Not in a friendly, let's have a beer way, but in a we think you're cocky, so we're going to pressure you into shots kind of way. Seth's not a drinker. My freaking blood boiled. That's my boy. This kind of crap brought us together. On TV, they were three outsiders taking on the machine. Off camera, it was the same story. They shared rides, shared motel rooms, shared floors and beds, practiced spots, wrote promos, rehearsed the future. Their entire livelihood depended on making the Shield work. And you don't go through that without building something real, something that survives time, fame, and separation. Even now, years after the split, when they share a moment on screen, that connection bleeds through, and the fans feel it, because it's not nostalgia, it's truth.
I love Roman Reigns, but I don't like Roman Reigns.
For 18 months, the Shield ran through the roster, turned giants to dust, stacked titles, forged a legacy that will never be forgotten. But then, the cracks started to show, and the architect had already seen the foundation crumbling. There are moments in wrestling history where people remember exactly where they were, and every single detail feels etched in time. This was one of those moments. All three men stood in the ring, just finished fighting another war, when Triple H arrived, flanked by Randy Orton, with a plan B. A shield that had been unbreakable from the outside, cracked from within. Seth Rollins is an ambitious man. He lived this war, fought it side by side with his brothers. They were forged in the same fire, but Seth wasn't built to share the spotlight. He was made to dance alone in the chaos. So he took the sword and drove it into the backs of his brothers. Then he kept swinging until there was nothing left. And just like that, the Shield shattered. All three men went their separate ways, each forging their own legacy. But the echoes of that chair shot, they never stopped ringing. Not then, not now, not ever. Seth Rollins was once part of something sacred, a brotherhood that bled beyond the ring, a shield against injustice, a cause, not a character. But he broke that shield, he shattered that bond, and became the very thing he once swore to destroy. He sold his soul to men in suits, stabbed his brothers in the back, and handed the blade to the machine. In return, he was promised the world. He climbed the ladder. He claimed the money in the bank. Brock Lesnar was the only champion at the time, but he wasn't around. He held the title hostage, showing up only when it suited him. Seth Rollins had the briefcase, and with it, 4 or 5 chances to cash in, if Brock allowed it. Then came the Royal Rumble. Seth made a quiet request: insert me into the match. And after putting on a workhorse performance in a triple threat against Cena and Lesnar, for all his dominance, saw something in Rollins that night. He gave him the nod. Meanwhile, Roman Reigns won the Rumble. The reaction? Boos. Deafening. Not even the bald fraud's endorsement could save him from the crowd's rejection. Outside the storylines, Seth has always expressed how much he loves his Shield brothers. But if there's one thing he loves more, it's the business. and he would go to any length to protect it. So he pitched the unthinkable: cash in during the Wrestlemania main event, Roman versus Lesnar. Insert himself into the match no one wanted, and save it. But first, he went out that same night and delivered an instant classic with Randy Orton. The midair RKO into the stomp, heard around the world. After that loss, he walked backstage, and that's when he was told. WrestleMania 31, the heist of the century. He cashed in, stomped the future, pinned the past, and walked out WWE champion. But the crown came with a price. Before the betrayal, before the briefcase, before the titles, there was just Colby Lopez, a kid from small-town Iowa chasing a dream too big for his zip code. At 14, he laced up boots for the first time, built a ring out of plywood and trampolines, sold 100 people a reason to believe. His heroes were Shawn Michaels and AJ Styles. He didn't want to be famous, he wanted to be great. Under the name Tyler Black, he hit the indie circuit like a storm. High-flying hybrid style, no safety net, no backup plan. He wanted to train under the man he idolizes, CM Punk. Scraped together what he could, asked for help. Punk said no. That rejection stayed with him. It festered. It fueled him. Every locker room he walked into, every bone he broke, every night he slept on floors. That fire never dimmed. In ROH, he rose fast, tore through the roster, became world champion. TNA came calling. He turned them down. He was waiting for something bigger. When WWE finally knocked, he answered. It was time for Colby Lopez to become Seth Rollins. But the lights weren't bright, the stage wasn't grand. He found himself in a warehouse in Tampa. FCW, no crowds, no cameras, just sweat, silence, and broken dreams. From world champion to rookie, surrounded by ex-football players who didn't even know how to lock up. It felt like punishment. It felt like regression. He almost cracked, until Dusty saw something in the defiant kid with too much fire and too little filter. Seth, just be yourself, baby, the dream would say, and Rollins took it to heart, though perhaps too much at times.
We cultivated like a different side of my personality that I didn't know that I had.
But even then, he was hard to handle, too confident, too loud, too stubborn. He clashed with coaches. Terry Taylor hated him. Triple H nearly fired him. You're not special, you're replaceable. That was the warning Seth had to choose. Protect his pride or protect his dream. He chose the dream. Joey Mercury reminded him, play the game without losing who you are. So Rollins adapted. He bit his tongue. He waited his turn. And when FCW evolved into NXT, he rose with it. He didn't just succeed, he became the first ever NXT champion. From there, he never looked back. Years later, he stood at the top, WWE champion, face of the company, living proof that sacrifice could buy greatness. But greatness always collects its debt. His body was running on borrowed time, and the crash came without warning. A house show, a routine match, one misstep, and his knee exploded. Torn ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus. Everything ripped in a second. His 221-day reign ended in silence. No match, no loss, just a title vacated, and a dream stolen. WrestleMania 32 was supposed to be his moment, his coronation. Instead, he watched from the sidelines, forgotten, furious, broken. I felt like I let everyone down, he said. The fans, Vince, himself. But deep down he knew, he hadn't just paid for the crown, he bled for it. He came back with more than a healed knee. He came back with fire. This could have been the moment to crown him the company's top babyface, the workhorse turned warrior. But WWE never saw him at that level. Not like they saw Roman, not like they saw Cena. So they turned him heel, had him attack Roman on return, gave him edge, gave him venom, but never the throne. He pinned Roman Reigns clean at Money in the Bank, the Golden Boy, mid-push, flat on the mat. But before the belt could even feel like his, Dean Ambrose cashed in. All three Shield brothers touched the title that night. Only one ended it empty-handed. That's the story of Seth Rollins. He creates the moments. Others get the monuments. Then came the draft. A reset. A shift to Raw. He fought Finn Balor to crown the inaugural Universal Champion. Another chance at history. Another near miss. Balor won. Balor got injured. And WWE pivoted, not with vision, but desperation. Seth Rollins became the last resort to carry a dying product. Then the knife came again. Triple H, the mentor, the father figure, the man who pulled him out of obscurity, drove a pedigree into his back. but Seth kept swinging. WrestleMania 33, he limped into battle and beat the King, called himself the Kingslayer. The victory felt cold, like revenge wasn't enough, so he turned face, teamed with Ambrose again, won tag gold, built bridges from ashes, then carried the show when Ambrose went down, then carried it again when Roman stepped away. No rest, no retreat, just Seth, bleeding, burning, existing so the show could breathe. They handed him the Intercontinental title, a belt that had rusted in irrelevance. He polished it with blood, main evented with it, made it matter, gave Raw a heartbeat when it had none. Then came the Royal Rumble. He survived, endured, won. And when he had the world in his hands, he didn't duck the danger. He picked Brock Lesnar. WrestleMania 35. He didn't get to close the show. He opened it and slayed the beast. 3 stomps, 1 pinfall, Universal Champion, again, but still not the main event. Roman dominated the headlines. Becky, Charlotte, and Ronda closed the show. And Seth, he smiled through clenched teeth. But the wound opened wide. He beat Brock again at SummerSlam, carried the title through the storm, but somewhere along the way, the cracks started to show. The cheers turned. The crowd that once sang his name started to boo, not because he stopped being great, but because the bitterness began to bleed through the curtain. He ran his mouth too much, took unnecessary shots at AEW, tried to play company man when the company didn't treat him like their man. He picked fights online, traded jabs with respected names like Will Ospreay, bragged about bank accounts, got defensive when no one asked him to be. He did everything a face of the company shouldn't, and the fans, they turned. Then came the Fiend. Red lights, nonsense booking, a match that almost killed Seth's career. He lost the title, lost the crowd, lost the faith. He could have been the guy then, should have been. Roman was gone, Cena was out, the path was clear, but it all turned to dust, so he let go and started over. He became the Monday Night Messiah, preaching in designer suits, delivering sermons with steel chairs, blinding Ray, manipulating Murphy, wrestling like a tyrant, not to win, but to survive. Because deep down, Seth Rollins knew, greatness doesn't matter when you're not the one they want. And then, silence. The world shut down. No fans, no chants, no pyro, just a company gasping for life. And Seth stayed. Others vanished, took sabbaticals, hid behind part-time deals. Seth stood in the void, cut promos to empty chairs, bled in front of dead air. WWE never passed him the torch, but in its darkest hour, he was the light. Then came fatherhood, and with it, a rebirth. Not a messiah, a visionary. He returned stranger, brighter, louder. His laugh danced on the edge of madness. His suits screamed chaos. His energy, untamable. And the crowd didn't just accept it. They sang with him. He became transcendent, a spectacle, a symphony, a rebellion in Technicolor. And still, he wasn't the face. Because Roman had the crown. The same crown Seth once fought to legitimize. Now sitting on Roman's waist like it had always belonged. But here's the thing, Roman never beat Seth. Money in the Bank 2016, Seth pinned him clean. WrestleMania 31, Seth cashed in and walked out champion. Royal Rumble 2022, Seth outplayed him. Roman snapped, DQ. In the biggest moments, Seth won the battles. But Roman got the story, because Roman was the chosen one. And Seth, he was the architect, building the empire, never allowed to rule it.
What do you want from me? I don't take nights off. I fight through injuries every single time, and I get in that ring. I lay it all on the line.
Then came Cody, the prodigal son, the polished return, the nightmare made flesh. He left, built his name outside, founded a revolution, brought real competition. AEW was his rebellion. But to WWE fans, he was still just Dusty's kid, a mid-carder with a big entrance, until Seth Rollins made him a superstar. 3 matches, 3 classics, and 1 legendary Hell in a Cell, with a torn pec and Seth carrying him through it. Seth fought a ghost, fought for the company, fought through pain and pride and history, and lost 3 straight times. Because that's what Seth Rollins does. He doesn't bury talent, he builds it, even when it breaks him. Then WWE unveiled a second world title, a belt born from Roman's absence, a compromise wrapped in gold. A crown that, no matter who wore it, would always be seen as lesser. But Seth Rollins didn't carry it like it was second best. He carried it like it mattered. He didn't call it a consolation prize. He called it a canvas. While Roman worked limited dates, paraded around as a myth, Seth fought everywhere. Raw, NXT, pay-per-views, house shows, no sabbaticals, no part-time perks. He gave the roster something to chase, a championship that wasn't locked behind politics and part-time appearances. He made that belt feel like it meant something, not because the company told us it did, because he made it so. Then came WrestleMania 40, maybe the greatest of the modern era. A show draped in legends. Roman, Rock, Cena, Taker, mythology in motion, and still, it'll be remembered for one man. Not just Cody finishing the story, but Seth freaking Rollins carrying the story. He walked into Philadelphia with a broken body, passed the torch to Drew, then laced his boots again, fought Cody's war beside him, a war he'd already bled for. And on night 2, when Roman was about to slam the door on destiny, Seth stepped in, stood in the middle, took the chair to the spine. One last shield, one last stand. He completed a redemption arc Cody's own father never got to finish. A mentor's sacrifice, a friend's final offering. The moment wasn't dressed in gold, it was dressed in pain. It was Seth bleeding for a dream that wasn't even his. Because that's who he is. He wasn't the main event, but he was the reason the main event mattered. Limping, screaming, clutching the ropes like they were the last thing holding him together. He fought like it was his last night on Earth. He was the MVP of WrestleMania weekend. And what did he get in return? He lost the title, lost the strength to keep going. His body broke, surgery looming, and he watched them crown the man who walked back in just a few years ago. When Seth Rollins lost everything, the only thing that survived was hatred, not bitterness, not resentment. Hatred, raw, festering, and aimed directly at the men the world put on pedestals for their last names while he bled for every second of spotlight they were handed. Eventually, that hatred found its home in the man who caused him more suffering than anyone else. When Seth first entered WWE, he was welcomed by the man he once idolized, CM Punk. Then, in the middle of a historic WWE Championship reign, Punk stood at the top while Seth fought for scraps in NXT. But Punk saw something. He pitched the Shield and handpicked Seth and Dean to bring it to life. And when the Shield exploded onto the main roster, Punk stepped aside, not wanting to make it about him. He let them rise on their own terms. Seth never forgot that. There was gratitude, there was a bond, something close to a mentor and a mentee. But then Punk walked away. He didn't just quit the company, he tried to burn it down, told everyone he trusted to leave with him. And when Seth stayed, Punk cut him off. Seth reached out, calls, texts, silence. The fans called Punk a martyr, a prophet. They chanted his name in arenas he hadn't stepped into in years. But Seth saw something else. He saw a coward, a man who turned his back on the place that fed them, the company that Seth bled for when no one else would. While Punk vanished, Seth stayed through the soulless PG years, through the dog crap storylines, through the silence. He carried the weight of a company that barely had a heart left to carry. And then, years later, Punk came back. To cheers, to chants, to goddamn worship. But one man didn't smile. Seth Rollins. That reaction, it wasn't scripted. He didn't even know Punk was returning. The fury in his eyes said it all. Years of resentment, boiling over in one moment. He called Punk a cancer, a fraud, a hypocrite, a parasite to the business. Every word laced with venom, because none of it was a promo. None of it was a work. It was real. They finally met in the ring during WWE's Netflix debut, and Seth lost. It shattered him. At the Royal Rumble, when Punk eliminated him, something inside cracked. Seth snapped. He attacked Punk outside the ring, then turned his rage toward Roman Reigns, stomping his skull into the steel steps. If he couldn't have the mountaintop, he'd drag both of them down from it. At Elimination Chamber, Punk eliminated him again. But Rollins struck back, a blindside stomp that nearly shattered Punk's WrestleMania dreams. Inside the steel cage, Seth tried to end him once and for all, until Roman interrupted, so he waited. Let the fury simmer until WrestleMania. And at WrestleMania, he didn't just defeat Punk and Roman, he humiliated them. He stole what mattered most to both. Punk's best friend in the world, Roman's wise man, the only man who hasn't betrayed him yet. Paul Heyman turned on both of them and aligned himself with Seth Rollins. For years, Seth sacrificed everything, his body, his mind, his pride. He delivered classics, night after night, mic work, character work, world titles, but something always felt incomplete. He was always treated like the second best. Not anymore. Seth Rollins became the MVP of back-to-back WrestleManias. He embraced his rage, settled every score, and aligned with the most dangerous mind in the business. Then, on the Raw after Mania, he stood tall. Paul Heyman by his side. Braun Breaker unleashed like a monster behind him. Roman and Punk left in ruins. The message was clear. Seth Rollins isn't chasing greatness anymore. He is greatness. And now, Seth Rollins is cementing himself as the greatest wrestler of the modern generation. And this is not a prediction, it's a spoiler.